And what's more amazing, the host of the show is also here with us this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Ekosiisen On Asempa for winning the best radio TV program, Ghanaian language of the year.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen On Asempa, which is part of the multimedia stable for winning the best radio TV program, Ghanaian language of the year. Shall we do a big round of applause for the team as they make their way here onto the stage?
Congratulations, Obi and the team. Congratulations one more time, Ekosiisen On Asempa.
Congratulations to you, team.
On Asempa. And I have to say something about Asempa and Ekosiisen. And I have to say something about multimedia. You see, multimedia has developed a fantastic way of replacing. That is legendary in the history of Ghanaian broadcasting. So we're all worried about what's going to happen to Ekosiisen. Look at what Obi has done with it. I listen to Ekosiisen all the time. I mean, I have to admit, sometimes I listen and I get some ideas for the program because they come before us. So yeah, so like tonight we're going to use some of their content. So I have to have that. Obi, I've never told you this before, but I think you've done a fantastic job in replacing our friend who passed and holding the program and making it actually bigger.
Samuel Atachi, Honorable Minister in charge of Works and Housing, Member of Parliament for Ebuakwa South.
It should count.
Yeah, that's
the time I have had. If I have any aje.
Yeah, that's it.
Now, any man that don't never to accommodate so.
Mate.
We must say Ghana da wakuma so. Sounds when the dama kuma so. Yeah. Nti ehwe na Ekosiisen peja.
So Honorable Akwaba Bokode
Obi. Me who watch it.
Easy.
Only na ya miti.
Yeah.
Miti only any your authoritative presentations. Me that's it. More official pa. Official pa ma with through any Dominic and the entire production team.
Sure.
You've held your fort strongly. More boy Juma. I think Omen you are credible media outlet and as a media platform. Anybody, it's a privilege to appear on this platform. It's really and for and on behalf of the minority caucus, entire caucus, having extended a hand of invitation. Some of my say and Brambetna heavy na
Asempa de eno na obiati edu awia na maje ba bia boso intino Asempa FM de Upo beti.
Yeah, that's it.
Now the Obi is it what captain's band in Abo? It do Upo beti.
Yeah, that's a promise I'm watching on that tag code. Chief Bine, Akwaba na apom to then.
Osei Ekosiisen On Asempa.
Fantastic. Na mete fote on catcher. Bibi aboko.
Oh, Yakubo na dum bibi adani. Na waso apom.
Nyame na dum kakra. Ye pim so kakra.
Asempa awuna uchi nyina wa kire de so apara. Ghana ha ye bienyo to 100 abira. Wonju ye rambo mo ko du bia obama ya so at.
Fantastic.
Ghana manda wona.
Oh, okay. It is a Ghana Nibia 8 year. The person should not be confused about separate identities, no.
Oh, na internet no crown so obo media. And I show me Wikipedia. I was recognizing me as Freedom Jacob Caesar.
Oh, okay.
Okay. No, and I mean, can I quite say Jay-Z?
Any son Carter.
Okay, check it. Wikipedia is here. I'll be connected the two. Until I need almost how I need a bodino. No, mudi combining and no movie search engine.
Oh, okay. It means that Cheddar and a nickname, no, and a
nickname. I'd say Obi. See the Cheddar Namaka Obi.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Obi.
Yes.
Mechia o na machia o tifo na maka se o program we akoye se prekese jamadu. Kukumutia insan hompo ha na mavoti o kai e boy yinate Ekosiisen na uze bibia wa magana
Ekosiisen on
na ha na Ghana ti ntino ewiase de edu a yemvani agro.
Lawyer Sami Jemfi ewa ha mema na kwaba so Sami akwaba etesen
Onyame adom
bibi ekoye
onyame dia che
aso ba ha che
So frame yache. Also frame yache. But there be a major break. Remember Bunko Ekosiise and Mama Wabaso.
Openness, I think that this shouldn't be a problem at all.
Mida itself should come out, yes.
Yeah, Mida should tell us, Miracle, this is a shareholding structure. Indigenous Ghanaians only maybe X percentage, and the Philippines they only Y percentage. And I think that should settle this matter.
Honorable, it's always a pleasure talking to you. May that say powerful for your time.
What being,
say. And the Honorable John upon the attending cannot do now obi. Na eba Ekosiise so a kawono nke ofufro pa supreme ho a kawo ye el chamano so kan na Ekosiise so de yero na mposa wo no ese Ekosiye inti ye bom abaso yes the good the bad and the ugly obetini na so wo Ekosiise na niema miensa na mode ye adwuma eba radio to inform, to educate and entertain. The same I am a kind of name maybe more bon. More year program, political program, more something. And now come on, station a war, a ye gunja and a program we yabonra. And I come pay so a war, a year man pusia and come on na year program. Now see a number one kind there. We gaman Ekosiise and one. Sorry, that's it. Nice one.
Ekosiise, On Asempa FM. Ekosiise, On Asempa FM. Obi nebado, biba, obibo. Sempanavo, Obinebano, Biba, Obinebano, Sempanavo. Obinye, Ekosiise nye, Bonsu awo mini sempa, Debrane mama, Obi, Obi.
Your jute factory, your shoe factory. Ne papa mu ni sisi we. NDC for na ye ne sa. Na obi akoton na de benase waton pa. Condemn the niema ye ni say. Oti ase. Then from Tuesday ebesi Thursday no. Onimu se Friday na etwa mu no ye holiday nti no. Thursday na nwumre na ode a bill bond of 65 million Ghana cedi. Ebe 2 ni trizo. Na 65 million you turn condemn enya 65 million. What you say that from Tuesday no ebesi we so ma man aduane o so ma man die be you Thursday na nwumre no ya re bi ebe so Honorable Kofi Dwuma mu no enya asem ketwa ento mo bo akire de ne ko yokofo ekre ne ko mde do na doctors ne say ade na ni enyan ti di say e bod no achi e de ko Kolebu teaching hospital nti woda ICU a meno ekasa sisi en amaso Kofi Dwuma
omuntimi emiti bail condition no
mama nka yare no wi ansa na bail condition
okay
say we develop us Oba ude catch me obi fast akwambone so ebo wura private residence yes ade na oma waduane abedi eti I think say wandi oba
akanya so ni ho ma family member bi
me see ya makwa me ye ne nankase o asema ye kan wo Ghana ha no some serious o yoko boss no remo acha ade a oye no eno opem so kan ye no se 2 million manyanti mu de ye de amope emra ni Ghana ha se wu ko obi fia e wo se wo de court order eko ono nkwa court order wu emba be na wo Ghana ha se obi wura obi bedroom bubup no abra woni ho ɛsesa deɛ wopɛ ɛkɔ deɛ ma ne yɛ serious a bail condition no a wobisa no asɛm ne sɛ ma remo acha no ɔno wadi kan ba wo dɛm asesa wo document kɔ enti nneɛma a wobɛgyina so defend wo ho no wabɛfa kɔ
but that's serious.
na wasɛm a yɛka nipa no fi sɛ ɛnɛ ɛyɛ MPP ɛnɛ ɛyɛ Master Kofi Dwuma nti yɛnya basɛm no na ɛna hɔ no ɔkyerɛ bi sɛ kɔyɛ me ne wo mienu a ɛdeɛ bɛn na wabɛka oti ase wo boru obi fie esisa document obetimi e dey defend ni hu nyina na wo dey akogu office afa wa chi nipa no na wa sa ka chense medicine kokroko we ato so minia ahomte eti se sie
it's been a tough period you can't what it is where we are addressing a situation. Let's not assume say we are as a party we have saints around us. People are wicked and they are in government. Papa for this government. They are doing stuff and they get to us and they've gotten to people. Just that Kenyan do season, MPP is not attractive. Into no more issues need be crana into me holding, but they are packing them. So people should just be careful. And you bet me a casa no crana chemo. You should just be careful. There's some of the things they are doing. And you're open the other day with a class. I can say Unimobia. What I said within this short period, the Nema he's not alone.
You know some of them?
He's not alone. But like I said, you know, you can't call. But the Bible even says that we should not let our righteousness be evil spoken of.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there, no. And what the right thing is, no. Don't make it appear bad in such a way that people will turn the good thing to look like a bad thing. It is your timing, and good timing is everything. Your meha sa dia na wo ye no ubetimi atwentwen so na America grab them and it will legitimize what you want to do. But your baba mu 1 year now your man opposition be people knew who you were before. Now all of a sudden dear man gidi you are raising eyebrows on yourself for nothing. Sabini power point you nankasa crown so how will he take it? You understand? Yeah. You know, yeah, must have advice now. It's not because you hate somebody. We are in a system. Yeah, I don't know. I have a pastor B. I'm sure by now he will be listening to me. He loves NDC to the core. But every time he's drawing attention to the bad things to me, just so that we can fix it, so it doesn't give our party a bad name. Every time, oh yeah, if I know have picky link, you know, or they are forwarded, no, I hear the comment or I say, can you explain what this is? Yeah, and sometimes I'll try to, you know, massage the ear to make it look we do these things on the side, and this is a big pastor. You understand? So, and you be behind a bit radio, so they are kind of public. But we will speak in parables. He that has an ear to listen to what the Spirit is saying. I mean, these are young guys that they grew up under our feet. We saw them at the rallies, at meetings and party programs and all of that. We see Logos.
Yes.
It's true. When I knew Logos, he was walking from the University of Ghana to programs, friends, Regio, New Independence, every time. He will walk, no, about you, say, Charlie, honorable, honorable, the one mommy transporter, and then wow. Do you understand? That guy served NDC. With all his heart. Master. It's me seeing him where he is. The other time I met him at Coleman's 50th birthday. I told him in the same as you. You haven't seen it yet.
Ekosiise on Asempa FM 94.7.
Obinie, Ekosiise nye, Bonsu awo mini sempa, de brane mama. Obi, som, Oriwa, Ekosiise, Asempa FM, Ekosiise, Asempa FM, Ekosiise, Asempa 94.7, Asunyinetie. Oriwa, Ekosiise, Asempa FM, Ekosiise, Asempa FM. Obi na bado, Obiba, Obibo, Obiba, Ode, Asempa na bo. Obi na bado, Obiba, Obibo, Obi na bado, Ode, Asempa na Bonsu awo mini sempa de brane mama. Obi, som,
Monday afternoon, Asempa FM, Ekosiisen, and when I say Asubio, my Yanamunyana Senior Mama Kwaba, and Famumra Asempa FM. Monday afternoon, the 18th day of May 2026, 29 minutes after 2, Mididio Osei Bonsu Femi Obi, it's not to say, Yadi Ekosiisen Jumediano and Ebremeta, our nation's biggest and the most authoritative political, social, and current affairs talk show, Ekosiisen, live on Asempa FM. If you are joining us for the first time, this is your multiple award-winning late afternoon political talk show, the reigning CIMG radio program of the year, Ekosiisen on Asempa FM. Let me say a big thank you to the production team for making this amazing show possible. Dominic Kisi Yeboah, Nana Chumberema, Jackson Osei Intiamoa, Ebenezer Tete, Omai Hine Kwabena Sante, Ekwia Boachiwa Iyadom. And I say a big thank you to our executive producer as well, Same Kwadade Yerenchi, popularly known as Kai. Have a fantastic afternoon and enjoy listening to the show from now till 6:30 p.m. Let's get started, shall we? And in some way go up no so in Seminole Edoso, and we'll take time and bring you all the issues one after the other. Omai Hine Kwabena Santi has been off Ekosiisen for some time now. Nyame adom wasan aba bekansa. And me hear some segment no. He'll join me in the studio near the Abremo. Let me say a big thank you to our proud sponsors: Kale Charcoal Toothpaste, Millennium Insurance, Franco Trading Enterprise, Tabia Herbal Mixture, EcoBank Ghana, Haxa Capsules and Mixture, all Satanfo. Your Africa Queen Mackerel, Syntex Tank, Siblings Roofing Sheet, Max Buy, and a Sasso Spray. And you know what will be happening on the 30th of May? 30th of May, Yenina call Tea Havana Pub and Restaurant, Ewo Tema Community 9. Tema Community 9. Eho ena yedi UCL Funday no Ebremo. It's the final of the UEFA Champions League. Into Arsenal and Paris Saint-Germain, that's PSG and Ebo. In a live commentary, be free Tea Havana and a day Abremo. Into Munina Monshan Anopano Kono 9 a.m. pepepe na yenyina yesiemu ewo ho. Yewo ho till 10 p.m. Day game no ebeba awieye. Into to herald the final match no, there will be some games, 5-a-side football, draft, table tennis, just games bia ye Bobby for partner, just to create that atmosphere for the final game. So I think Budapest this year, final Baso Budapest. And you don't want to miss the UCL Funday Asempa FM at the Ebremo 30th May 2026. Yenina yeshemu Tea Havana Pub and Restaurant, a hofe Paya Tema Community 9 every year on your day UCL Funday in Ifi at the Ebro. This year you don't want to miss it. And who wins the UCL, Arsenal or PSG? That's the big question on the day. You bring your answers. Will it be a second time for Luis Enrique? Second time as coach of PSG. Obe winning Champions League ni, and as Arsenal beat me winning for the first time in their history, and with Mikel Arteta. It will be an interesting game. The good news is the two coaches they've got something to do with Barcelona. Mikel Arteta La Masia product, of course. Luis Enrique is La Masia product. He went on to become captain of the team FC Barcelona, be a coach at my team. We need Champions League with Barca. And we'll see how that one will pan out. But it was a Tea Havana Pub and Restaurant. It's powered by NASCO and sponsored by DSTV, Soccerbet, Judicial, Kiss Condoms, Aquadot, you know, enti companies ahodo bebre na airboy yen ma ye the UCL fund dey no abremo, and don't miss out on the action. Yeah, WhatsApp number ye dey here Juma 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Me sisubiu 0548 443 523. And no any WhatsApp number yedi edi juma ene juade. I know what's dominating and media conversations. The minority leader in Ghana's parliament or a press conference and rather in some etruja you know, the one of the judges, you know, at the circuit court, I think. Now, in somehow kind of a brainer free said, as a way the minority leader a trash here. It means to free said no, or can no cry a womb already. Osei.
Because you are just the person who is supposed to let us know the reality. Feel say.
Yeah, necessarily may present issues we have.
Who feel say?
Some we are finna me way, but
yes, just tell. We need no only that you because Ghana you Judy Sanema so.
Issues into January. The point we are may have say
who feel say because clearly clearly will be. My politicians need space to operate. Because if you give them space to operate, death trap no. It's no more a relevant road again in this country. That's how the politicians are treated as both sides. National service ni penny no party on the honum. No more refer as a former one, a party, and a change here. Is that the kind of Ghana?
No, say a surprise.
Please.
And you're on one
we have a surprise. We see our explanations, but you be a do.
Oba office and the staff now are reading.
Mamma can't say which row. And no staff report. I don't know during office hours. Who can say go near you?
Oh, now you say the office.
Please hold on. You see, don't let us no go. The men call me. What
is the issue?
Hold on, please. At that material moment, the office could not give. The office could not give any appropriate time. So we are working hours, Ghana working hours. No. So we do birthday. You should hold on for that 1 or 2 hours. No. What are you talking about?
Yes, I now we are matching.
Yes, I say because hold on.
Office staff.
And private work. What's wrong with that? And private work. Don't go there, please. Don't let us entertain this. Asempa na okay. That is why their own people are in talking now. We've sat here and we've talked. So we catch them say minority leader akasa. Education na akasa ABC yes, ABC no. Yama mu space this how. Instead they be that yes no. Because people say this before. Since when? An NPP P omagu baby no. Ebe a standard or a measurement for them. Bibi a catch this will be an references and referral on the call MPP for. Now as we speak now, the MPP cannot be a yardstick or a measurement.
A verdict has been passed.
Yes, you cannot use them for anything. Because if it was appreciable, and came and do something, and you came with a mindset of resetting, not with a mindset where the MPP was going to be a measurement. What's that supposed to mean? Until the NDC should hear me right. The Ekabiano, the reference is MPP. Because then all of us here. The only reason why we keep coming in is that time is of essence. Any policy makers and shapers. But for that reason, we will all join the queue and keep on misbehaving like everybody's behaving now in this country where you can't see through well. Say, when you go 2 persons in this country, and the order of the day, they are just weaponizing social media. And whether MPP, whether NDC, whether journalists, whether whatever. Obia fall at this cinema. Now and we're all looking on helplessly. When they start coming out as imponcheni and jatani sibo and a tribia, then we all come back to our senses.
So clearly, whether you are a minority leader or majority leader, if we don't start telling people that this one, you have a right to criticize or complain, but this one, you didn't do well, especially when you're a lawyer. Me don't feel that. A too bigger or whatever you call to judge penny. Judge penny when you know for them. What your catcher say, John? Matisse say, ladies say, John, patronami for the currency. Matisse say, oh, by addition, over 40 years.
Who made crowd?
Yes. I had the end of Casa to say, the communist and don't call law school down in MBA. Why do we say this?
Yeah.
Why? Because if we continue to equalize, over Canadian people for Coca now because 7-0. Yabama way Chief Justice regional women's why do we need this? Do we need this again? That's what I'm saying. The NDC, if they think that Omana team no Omani MPP for na Enya no Mubua, they should hear me right. A bring basu ombe who say na any penny na MPP for. So when we are talking, they should listen. When you come in with a reset mindset and agenda, you don't use the NPP as a yardstick. It's not possible. The abysmal performance of the NPP cannot and should not
be the yardstick for the NDC.
Because clearly, so if you use that as a yardstick,
is it also because the NPP wants to come back to power?
Yeah.
Also the pressure air to Abain.
Well, Obi, that is
normal. So Abain also will refer.
Well, that's now refer. See, I can't say refer as the young queen though. You can't say refer as that. Young queen that. Because I foresee 2029, 2032, whichever year the NPP will come in. I foresee the NDC coming if we don't stop and pull brakes. I foresee the NDC coming to say there's a political IGP, there's a political blah blah blah. So for how long can you could play back when the NDC was in opposition? Every decision that our judiciary took,
no more problem.
They had a problem. Every decision that our judiciary took, the NDC in opposition had a problem. The MPP came to the defense of the judiciary. Today,
MPPs who approach.
Same thing. Go to BOG. Very shameful act. Normally go through. BOG no de no hono. Kasami amejuma yemne menkunta buom. Esin to biaba. The NDC in opposition. What did they say? Today, who is defending BOG? So why are they doing that scaling politics to us? And Ghanaians, you don't want us to understand this. Today, we are CSOs who are justifying some of the things today. Why? Can MPP be a yardstick for us to progress? No. What is this? What is it? Even school feeding. School feeding. Why? We cannot resolve these things. Road minister. Maintenance of our roads. Extremely key. Drive through the whole of Ghana, whether the western, whether the central, whether the eastern, whether the Ashanti, whether the other corridors. Drive through there and see. In tokron ni amana hodo abedi dem say sa kwan na ye de be ehwe sika gu ho year of roads abetwem big push abetwem. And the funny aspect, big push ye nyina yet na so say big push at the agency
so say majority of the routes under big push.
Yes, under big push so
with the excuse of
agency. Minister call hono no the agency e de massa den e wo after the minister Beka say Uber terminate. You don't well, I don't want to hear those things because this account drama and the optics, only a deal with politics much. It's a banny kasa. And we be painting a boss rabi bed or in the band in there to yes, will be any stand view. Because the beautiful Ghana that we want to build, when we build it, I am a part of it. I am a beneficiary of it. You are a beneficiary of it. Obien timin kwa bemu. Obien ni hobet makwa ba. Nipa dudu ye nyina positions wa bemu ana. So when we praise dudu na unhare oma, it's for a good cause. Why? I don't know ensure dear kakra. Obi, I wish that you use Accra Kumasi Road. Now Accra Kumasi Road out of order. Enye kwan biem. Accra Kumasi Road out of order. Out of order. By namin pengu mapenyu bi infutro na ometwetwa kwanso basa infutro na ebogu ye nyina so saa no ma obi enkonya nkwanhia na openyu e wo manim immediately. What kind of class society is this? Why? These are the issues. Because if your minority leader goes as high and says or bomb say a friend say ombra na omba kika, can you imagine? Why do you want to do this? Why? And no NDC person should take advantage because Muyebi. I review people at the bench. Okay, can't say about doing enough for more. Muyebi. But encourage the pain. And where no matter say before kasa onyame adom ne eba power dia and adimo kotu Queen Elizabeth sebi na munu na the certificate ne ba ansan bonya bail hwe mindset edi wura yanim. Look at the mindset we NDC ni agira ho emre yanin kaso tutu no maye tie. When we talk like this, pray that this country will reconcile and heal. Yes sir. Ekotwana ye kakom no e depend here. Anytime somebody holds a political office, your next point after exit is harassment, victimization, intimidation, all manner of things. You have some mind. I'm on mine to tumpong, and I have some on mine. Now, if your man a bokrana, atatane, no man self attack. Why do we do this to ourselves? Why? And no more why ain't me yet. And no more be brego man so ain't me yet. Free medicine hospitals major G, Kolebu, Rich, Konfanochi, Holy Family Crowd Techiman. Go and check the facilities there. Go and check how doctors are being paid. Nurses, pharmacists. Go and check health workers. What they go through. Teacher for from time immemorial, ever seen the debut teacher for back pay came. Teacher for child 14 months, 18 months, 3 years, 2 years. We are not paying them. Classroom. Can they poison our kids? What are they teaching our kids? Ensure as we speak. This alienation, your chum was the intention of going in Suma. Now, people say, in the area who do a do a side on Yan, and Siono, Uncle for free. Yadia would do a Benyan, a free neighbor. Now, cry a church of you 1993. Yeah, that's really tough. A cry a church of you 1993. Me was the FDA for the best organization. The FDA for modern Catrain. Who come capacity to even indulge what you say? Money be. Do you miss? If we make will be a banner back can some fatano bear a manual, but this platform we should tell them as it is because we've suffered too much. We've suffered too much as a country, a beautiful country where a former president tells us that Yatisikasu as a comedy, which is very true. We are from how many countries are blessed like we are in this country? Everything you nyamidama bibia you nyamidama teach cry multimedia kra no ututu from the say dear bro and say ebefifi. What again do we want? What kind of leaders are we having? What kind of people are being ruled? Again biem on my taxi driver eko hu ade on kema ye nyebo si odi ade na ban taxi driver yakon hu ade say dan kem yebo si. What do you mean? Please. Okay. Oman inti homeso kakra. I'll come back to you. To krawent to me and chieti for we normal. I'll come back to nafe yashas yena omwe wasi ya what I would say on Honorable Osahin Alexander Kwamena Afenyon Marken in a press conference and they say the court of Ghana aka say their decisions, judgment, rulings can be criticized. In fact, the Supreme Court used the word rambunctious. No matter how harsh our criticism, you can criticize their decisions. I think in the case of Honorable Kwame Afenyo-Marken, he spoke on that platform more as a politician than a lawyer. Because as a lawyer, he knows, so you can critique decisions of the court. But when as a personal attack, that's where he transitioned from being a lawyer to a full-blown politician. He was then speaking as a politician. The personal attack, I think, was very unfortunate. He could have criticized the ruling of the court and on the court, and the first person. Said the NDC in opposition had cause to criticize decisions and some even attack personality of judges. But when it comes to the minority leader, who is also a senior member at the bar, I thought he should have been a little bit measured and then dealt with disagreement or with the ruling rather than names or passing a law school exam. So say those were a bit over the top. In the end, I think the minority leader, when he listens to himself again, will humbly come back and, if possible, render an apology, especially because he's a member, an officer of the court, and a senior member of the Ghana bar. And onubitimi abwa. So we keep the value system in our society, intact.
Very, very, very important. It's about the value systems because gatekeepers no lose track then I buy free for all, and that will be an issue. And that's why when the NDC were in opposition, we kept sounding that warning and say, Mama Yansha Sana ye chano, calling the Supreme Court unanimous 11 or say unanimous 7, and and obi a women organizer, obi a osono mami, obi a say we kept sounding that alarm bell. Say Charlie, we are digging a dangerous pit, and that is where we find ourselves now. You know, the lack of principle.
Principle your issue.
Yes.
Your principle. You know sure.
Sure.
And that is a dangerous thing.
Sure.
Bibia da ebeka no kura ejina baby ejina ansa na ka no kura yeka. Why do we do that?
Yes.
It's your mind no Bibia da mesere MPP and DC chitafo. Why?
Yes.
Muntie because the fact that your party is in power.
Sure.
It doesn't mean that adie bia o party ye bia no papa. It can be so. It can be so. Na da nyo mo na edu asare betira abo kokko no. Edu asare nyo no na betira abo kokko no. O mo kokko.
Yes.
Musa for band nyo no ne bo kokko. Erikaja metra kase.
Yes.
So if all is well, Akebeka all is not well. Se NDC ekwa hunyenye ma. Ghana ni bia no esa o mani your day because omo na ebu man no. Your bet prayer is that onyame mo omo nimde na omo sam kabom na wonti fa mu man no na won sunsuaso no emra yeso
omama menye meaning komo we emra the minister in charge of government communications the honorable Felix Kwachi Ofosu oye MP Abra Aseibu Kwaman Kese honorable Ekosiisen suni akwaba na pom to saying
nyame ado no ye
Jubilee House ye boko de
bibia ye boko
ye da nyame ase ya tese na omampanyi kasa wo Geneva right
and okay wakasa crazy
wakasa wie
yes
we health related on
ampa once a company you made you be to do say Accra research
yes
ono na odi hu chiamia o hwe say eye bibie mu anase African continent no ye bede ye hu ewo amankra enkanka se ba no apomodin ene sikasa mu tutu ye hu wakasa abra Ebola and COVID by African continent. Your response no was largely dependent on more amanane for edible boy. Na ekobane sana e maye ne hu te obi amaye adohe ameso yasenia won se na ne magita nti efi sa abiri ko de yenye hyehyɛ ya ka to yenche mete sa to yen ya nyanka se betumi na ye na so na yetwitwaje ye manfo esansa betayo bi esi ne nti no empempi no eya ma no lefo eto nsafre no te o meka mo hu no mu nedwuma e ma san hyehyɛ no enwi peye nti no bi na de ko wie eye Geneva eye Switzerland ahinkura obonto a tesa.
Oh, very well. He left Ghana purposely because of we and as assign other assignments be.
Oh, there are other assignments coming up, but
that's fine. And no, your friend in relation to a post you made about an hour ago, Osei, I have long dismissed the Ghana Bar Association as an MPP grouping. If it were not so, the intolerable abuse of this judge by the minority leader would have elicited an immediate, uncompromising response. They have been known to respond quickly to far less offensive commentary by non-NPP members. Alas, one of their own, an MPP lawyer, has abused a judge, so they have been loudly silent. What insufferable duplicity. Honorable Nawe, enye muamu MPP and this politics now will transfer the Ako GBA for us.
Oh, well, yes. Now, we know, Asempa ya kan na mo kan NDC MPP bomu no ka se mo abeto jai obi ento ni kan ni MPP ni NDC mo mani nyeji because and you can go back say ye kan amanyuku a asofa historical judicial hostility a NDC let me am 30 different examples of thing na we nimre enya sa production e beka sa asem ntia. There's no political party that has benefited from judicial bias as in MPP. At least since the year 2000 and 2001, when they have done everything to skew judicial pronouncements in their favor. Yeah, NDC for we've endured it all this while. Almost here, Bremun and Sayano, Casa be a few more tends to create the impression that suddenly the entire judicial system and that assembly comma or more. It simply means they say particular judges are politicians in Tinomoyaka. I thought you know me. I am on record. Some particular case involving Abronye. I am on record to have publicly disagreed with the judge. Abra judge ruling said, and there was a portion of the judge ruling, or can say Abronye is not equal to others, and after a person say some people are more equal than others. No. I publicly said that was a very bizarre pronouncement. Any say, Jina, it's a very own Abronye. In fact, me can't say Abronye probably did the matter. But I still insisted that the judge had not treated Abronye fairly, despite all the political disagreements. I have also said, me, as far as I'm concerned, that Odin Kasemwa, a day we never bread judge be, and I said, a better thing judge life, and now a day basabasa yet. Now, after two, Yaslon Re Asia, Nitano, and this year, you could not put, and I said, that is my belief. I'm very liberal on that principle. If I won't support anybody being sent to jail for merely criticizing a system, either judicial, executive, or legislative. But there's a difference between disagreeing with a judge, pointing out aspects of law, which is a judge, when so, and I say, judge, what from, and I am rare, and then one fine year, Juma, and I say, way your attention. And directly abusing a judge in a manner that Honorable Finyamarkin did. And indeed, Honorable Finyamarkin, I mean, it didn't come. And I've told him that he went way too far in some kind, because apart from having the freedom to criticize the judge, there's a recourse. You can go to a superior court to set aside judge ruling, and I will be and say, I want a lawyer.
That's true.
And it has been done many, many times in Ghana. But to set a judge aside, single him out, and say you disrespect him, you disrespect, that is way too much. That is frontal abuse of a particular judge. Now, the Emma say, Ghana Bar Association. You see, for many years, position I'm there to get I've held it many times. And the first time, and I'll continue to say it. Okay? This is an association in 2008.
Asempa FM.
Always the president, and if you knew something, if you could not, because he criticized the judge who jailed Chachikata. For criticizing the judge for jailing Chachikata, almost two president are there so. There's a mama. There were many instances in opposition. They criticized the judiciary. They were quick to come out to denounce him. In fact, in one instance there, almost on a platform, Emma both Attorney General Gofedami, any President Akufo-Addo, Emma attacking President Mahama for expressing disquiet about judicial outcomes. Yet, Asempa totally abusing the judge. They remain silent, deathly silent. As someone says, you are abusing public confidence in the association, because for many years, the posture they've adopted, they say, first of all, they defend the judiciary, and I feel so. Matters relating to human rights violations that they are so omukambi.
Yes.
In fact, about 30 years ago, Greater Accra Regional Branch of Ghana Bar Association, lawyers at Greater Accra, they withdrew their services because the Supreme Court held one of their members in contempt for attacking the judiciary. They've done all of this in the past. Yet, by people also they are not common to see no evil, hear no evil, say no evil. If I think what they have done is unprincipled, and that they need to be called out. As the way the Ghana Bar Association operates is not fair, it's not balanced. If they are a partisan association, so then there's no public expectation of them to perform any function beyond supporting the MPP. But then to go say, a floor, I can't send BDA, and Tampana no be a thing. I can say to any panel, I condemn mono. But when it involves the MPP, no much they drag their feet. Okay, Obi, I thought me as can narrative announcing before they back and trying to create the impression that suddenly there's some abuse of freedoms and that the judiciary suddenly is in bed with the NDC. No, I didn't want to go back to record these instances. But MPP, Martin, no Martin in our common. What did they not do to people who express themselves under MPP? You know, because son himself, Bobi Ansa used to host program now. Who hosted this year?
Yes.
In 2021 or 2022, Bobi Ansa Koka say, a year 10 first lady, Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo, and vice president here at the time, Stamina Baumia, Omakwaje Asasibu or cantonments are Mudi Sidani. Because of that, Bobi Ansa was picked up and taken to court. Make us say the matter is still in court. The matter is still in court. Tell me bongo ideas.
Minimum.
Abraham Tebi or what with that?
Sure.
Okay, can cancel. Or can't send the family, Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo. On the they didn't take him to court. They kidnapped him for days. State security, they kidnapped him for days for saying something about the first lady at the time. Mensa Thompson. Okoka say on Mampedima at the presidential jet is too kind. And then on Mampanyano. Oman Koso the Muchi, Uncle Shaban Kukum. And I could go on and on and on and on for the things that they did to people who express views in this country. How is it that suddenly, almost Abemu, yes, the same and Rana, Omodewi amount for no, then suddenly they are insulting and attacking judges. Okay, Muntiatre, Obi, Muntiatre, were they not sentenced to 4 months imprisonment for abusing judges?
Yes.
For abusing judges. Okay? The owner of Radio Good at the time, Mr. Atuahoy, and now on the baby, he didn't even know who was appearing on his program that day. You buy one for a fine of 30,000 cities because of some of the radio stations. And yet, before no more say, Oklahoma say, Adia, court near at the papa. Did they not jubilate over it? Oman condemned those of us who insisted, say, the sentence was a bit excessive. Oman condemned it. It's no craning and young people complain. Tell the Ekosiise and Adepa. Me, I've told you, say, I don't believe to be cast some effort to need one. That necessarily will lead to prosecution and after imprisonment, unless it breaches the peace and after it threatens the life of the individual concerned. But can the people say same? What is their position? Last week, that was about my issue statement. Claiming, say, free speech is being criminalized. And I'm a Abra Nigeria, Obika Nigeria, once a more. Yachi Nipano, make us say, Assembly Court, Bobians, and what was Dr. Bamia's position? Sabi Oka, so, in all fairness and honesty, can you say, said them before, can a genuine? So, we need to be fair. Now, more journalists, I told you, Mujai say, I tell you by an NDC, not any NDC MPP assembly. Okay? I think Martins are all complaining. Did you not file a case and within 2 hours, the full panel of the Supreme Court was assembled? Can't mediate in Ghana. Are there no cases? Aqua Quarter, we in the NDC have expressed reservations about them. And for instance, still say it was right. So for as long as courts rule, there will be disagreements. But nobody can frontally disrespect a judge in the manner that Asempa Martin did. Ghana Bar Association, that can not too. Because there are people in society here, they have less responsibility. Who have been punished. Or he never ban or represent our XYZ TV. Or what can I say? Nana Akufo-Addo apparently Supreme Court to the MPP before. But Fedame cited him for contempt at the High Court. I mean, need to refuse 14 days, 2 weeks. Obi, I make a boy.
Yeah, but honorable, I mean, all the instances now, one man. There were instances at the NDC that in opposition complained about, based on which the NDC promised to reset this country. Resetting, in my understanding, means you do something materially different from what you complained about it. If you do the same things under a reset, now or justification is MPP for also that is some way. And
Obi, Attorney General was Governor Ayini, and you be a court, a prosecution. President of Fedami, for saying anything against the judiciary. Says about power.
No, sir, Attorney General delegated power, so they become a police, and the police are prosecuting people.
Question. But you see,
yes,
a judge, the assembly, not the judge rules are. President of the country, Attorney General, cannot say, said my judge, and enforce it. William said, in a Bonye case, no, the prosecution actually opposed one of the denials of bail, failings, sir. And yet, the judge went ahead to remand Abronye. So, you must speak to that. So that it doesn't create the impression, say, the MP before, no. There are instances also where members of the public have complained about what some have said about them. There's an instance of a journalist, of a BB, a former NCA board chairman, former NCA board chairman, only a member of this government went to complain, and then the police took the person to court. But it will be announced, and I said it will be broadcast to say the police are taking somebody to court. It was not at the instance of government. So we must also limit. Anytime you do the courts on anything they say, I take the trouble to find out what has happened. And almost 90% of the time, it has nothing to do with government. But as I don't believe that anybody should be taken to court for anything they say. But we must look into the matter separately and not be quick to lump parties together to make excuses for misconduct.
Yeah, but the challenge is from the instances you refer to under the NPP, most of those instances, the police that made arrests, the police prepared charge sheet heading for Echo Court. They could also have argued, say it had nothing to do with government, because police for charge sheet, Omunina referred to Section 208 of Act 29, Omu referred to the section in the Electronic Communications Act, which some have even argued, say, under a reset, we should be even talking about how do we get those things out of our statute books. That conversation is not even being had.
That is fine. We can have that conversation.
Yes.
But when the first lady, second lady, will be cut from Makoto Asasi, now the could not court, the case is pending now. Can the vice president, whose wife was the beneficiary of that action, come and condemn the same judiciary for holding somebody for saying something? No. So, and one thing I make actually say the question is just political posturing. And yes, MP before Mujidi candidate. But I know that Kenya, the material issue of the minority that may reason. Who can tell me, say, what I have said is not fair? Based on what the GBA has done in this country. Obi, there's even an association of judges and magistrates.
Yeah, there is.
Meaning, what I said, there was a time, Dr. Kwabineji of blessed memory, no, NDC chairman. By no can say, there are several ways to kill a cat.
To kill a cat, yes.
Idiomatic expression, can be everyday expression. For saying that, both the GBA and the Association of Judges and Magistrates publicly condemned him. So, if the GBA is criticized for keeping quiet about this instant case, is it a fair criticism or not?
No, it is. It is fair, except to say, the same GBA. Okay, you are calling on the GBA to criticize him because Afenyo Makin is a member of the GBA, right?
It is not just that. There are people among young members of the GBA. GBA has condemned them for saying things about the judiciary. Afenyo, apart from the fact, GBA members, as a minority leader, a very prominent person in Ghanaian society. Into the level of responsibility expected of him is much higher than some of the journalists about judiciary who have actually been punished by the same judiciary. So it is not just because of his membership, but the fact that this one is a clear affront to the judiciary. But someone can say,
yeah, but would that not be you inviting pressure onto the GBA when you know very well, sir, even at time amumu opposition no enye insema amunsumo kafa judge for hu nyina na GBA eba be condemn here. And this thing about unanimous 11 or say unanimous 7 obi a women's organizer osno mame it came from leading members of your party. The GBA did not condemn.
Obi with leading members. You see, local social media now. There are so many things that MPP followers are saying. You cannot hold the MPP for it. However, if Dr. Bamiaka, minority leader can, and office holders of the MPP can, it becomes a position of the party that you can hold on to.
Asempa
so, Obi Cultural Unanimous FCA, the GDA cannot go about speaking to everything written everywhere. But it depends on who has said it. In this instance, we are talking a minority leader. No small, Nipakuma, minority leader.
Okay.
A leader of parliament. I was also here. A prominent member of the GBA or an officer of the court, and a workers assembly, and yet up to now wouldn't. So there must be consistency. So I need to say, "Adie kokwa kokwa, adie fita." That's all I'm calling for.
Very well. Felix,
but as for the fact that people should be able to express themselves freely, me I endorse it fully, but kind of publicly. In fact, if the one you mean, yeah, go back. What I say, John, I think 2012 or so. After elections, no.
Yeah.
He was heard before the Supreme Court. And so, I cannot repeat it here. After I think his sentence was commuted, and I said he was pardoned. If I'm not mistaken, even though he was convicted.
Yes, he was. He was pardoned.
Yes. I publicly said so. I didn't think that it was necessary for us to go that left. I said so. In terms of free speech.
No. To be fair to you, yes, you've been consistent in that position.
Yes,
but
so
I think
I'm calling for consistency on the part of those who expressed disquiet in the past.
But I think one thing you also can do now that you are in a position of power is to probably initiate conversations around what do we do with Section 208, which is still in our statute books, because at the end of the day, as long as it is there, the police is empowered to enforce same.
Obi, even the entire constitution of Ghana is undergoing amendment. In fact, last week, I announced that cabinet was considering the draft position paper.
Committee in the Okay.
In fact, many can say we've done the first part, but the doors in the engineering, that's also in the weeks coming. So, as for amendments of laws, if it ever becomes an issue, then repeal these two sections, me personally, I will not be opposed to it.
Very well.
It doesn't mean, say, there will not be safeguards to ensure, say, for instance, we are Kenya, Faba, not a cool Kenya, I don't know you can't tolerate it.
And they were across the line, yes.
Yes. So maybe it is in those instances that we take action. But anything below that will express an opinion, whether harshly or mildly, about the working of an arm of government and our public official there, I think it should pass. That is my personal view. And I've said it publicly. I've also said it privately. For those who know me.
Very well. Felix, my nasi, BBN, Yabeba Bidin Komobi, why Medas? Yes. In the Felix Quacho for Sunni attending, can government communications minister, Oman?
Well, maybe, I sometimes mention myself. Well, I will say, Dedikai. Many the Bay Adina Kusi baby say be an expectation of the Ghana Bar Association and Komobi Hoa as a Omutimidi na FI Atlanta. Yes, I'm a catcher said we should have a position on every matter. It's important. Principle. Yama Ewa Fenyo Market or sign and say or who quite so Casa Beati to a many form. Yes, many or a shebi or what trust us she and a penny no be only Mumana Sabi went to Mankakas and say. So clearly nobody sebi oboso ye fair to the conversation and the beka the bid say they are friend and the party for the beka obudu obosh but no credit say chiri man e be say obia ni nidie e man yonko ne ho ne ho ne adwumeko ahodo dia what the minority leader has said clearly overboard. Overboard, but I disagree vehemently with the references that he's made about the number of acts any papa say if you give the NPP any of them the opposition to talk now on this matter, the references the NPP will make when the NDC was in power
amazing. Almost 30, it will make 99. So that is how they have been playing the game. The fortunate thing for us is that Pato onti era fellas scratching. What by any baba catch there say reset does not mean that for because ye kuku bima ye hu na chira kwan kra ye hwehwe ye hu na chira kwan kra. That's reset. The idea you can in there eno na ma ye nyina so ama so be sanyoma. It's all bad the catch am say as soon as you know bentin kwa ide omfa so na ne kwa ide na ide omfa so. Now say reset no oba dadai. Yes, because we are talking about a reset regime. Things that were not done right at a certain particular period.
We want to do them right now.
Because clearly, ultimate catch say the inflation could do 57. Me bomb home be single. I'm paying guso eden. And 3.2. Yes, we are resetting. What can you be? There are a lot of things that you have said about reset, but jitum. So there are a lot of things happening now. It's not part of the reset agenda. There are a lot of things. It cannot be part of the reset agenda. In fact, it was not a part of the common
Asempa FM.
A lot is happening. Even with the nurses issue. Obi, was this the promise by the NDC on this matter of nurses for recruitment? How? Please, me panic. We are trying to open a fresh page because I must have aban bi obebebi arobi aban bi obebebi ano yaudie ebufuo enkosi daben eti any so kasa we are NDC are transfer for the next 100 years and it's not possible. Whether MPP beba 30 or 40 or 100 years after no, the issue is that is there going to be a change from what is happening now? No. So I reconcile and your books in here.
Almost
worse.
Or even worse.
And that's what they've been doing to us. Years so far. Noble people will come and work in this country called Ghana. Ebe cheno na suma abasuma ma Ghana enim guase basa and ye be tiwa se ye di amokas bi ne ayibi aseteze wo be bob mine no bibia ebe sikwa de bi si da me kan MPP time na police bi of your phone ne ma bi so be cool bi na kwan aya no kwa aden it's today Felix is not justified because tomorrow he might be sitting here to talk the same language that he's talking. Say, and papa. That's what Busa. Can Busa the question? BOG,
Bank of Ghana,
when they were in opposition, BOG, they are putting up a defense today. Is it not the case?
Yes.
Oh, the idea.
And so, how much same or more no? So, more the end of the city, at the city now is stable and inflation above from. But MPP for the other city and yes stable, I'm inflation so I'm from. Now, on say.
Yanko Susa. Oh, Sasani Ebe Canada. Oh, and Yanko Susa. Sasani Ebe Conodia. Yanko Susa. Sasani Ebe Conodia. This is not the kind of a moment I share anymore.
Very well.
Sasani Econodia Bianco Susa. Any problem here? Any big push contractors now, mono. Yes. And the agency. Where their mama, Musu Sosina, Yakwa, Ebinia, she or Sai Tono. Yanko Susa. And I say, we're a big deal. Yeah. Because Yanko Susa. Se sana be koso dia ye nyina ye nyedin dia koso we various institutions teacher for no ejiji disika bia omo se aban for scan kwa obi ase okay because na SCF nyanya na be ye koso sa ejom nyoma bo no kwa na ehwihwi no se sana be dada o se bibia inflation 3.2 ejina ho enko e de enko sa se mo pese mo ka kire se ye na eti o man nim no ye nim de ekọ nim de esi dia eni enko sa mo nko na mo nim sa kra Kumasi road so no we na enye yafuya de say you the catch us a now a death trap. It is a mumu here. That's a musi san say ya. Yan go to say.
But a drum nioma na wasn't a boy kwasron. A nioma bia na
nioma bi.
Okay.
And it's uko a jurako a year techimana. Maybe I don't ba. Sa so ya ne a bruni a year sanamano a buamana brusso.
And on the born is stable.
A born cry jina. In fact, can they born a 1,000 and they all born it be a 4-5, it be a 500. Sa born crana a yen crana and 1 cent ton crana a day. Copot. That's a normal government services in Ano because I didn't know pija. All services being provided by government. Kodivieli, Koha, Kura, Omina, Pijam. Yafa percent is soon Kika, Homo, and Passanetiana. So, Yakasa, Muntie, Minimo, na mo yan rope to minimum dia every day obeka bia na hit your pan na sa from bam hit your pan na sa from bam because you and then afenyo marking unfortunately issue no ene o sign and then o ka say no ade achi na se ne shebresa na o kontra majority a bibia be koso bia on sa same judge na afa no papa sabri no na kwachi ofosu also human no come we have said time and over that these judges some of them they are wearing pure MPP colors no go for tape no for tape no abo no ma jomani so that is what we are preaching. You cannot at this point reference the MPP because you be sure almost anke sure mama if I get more 41 o nke don baba na be yan munyam bi ba ya sure magu form enunti na be ka kire say enyoma bi a wakeka kire as part of the reset no hwe na ye ni year and be ka kire say na baba mu da be o call second year omo second year o second year un year akabosu me be enso na o do second year na sa akogu udo third year ne be mu dia on ka hwe because mo ankasa mu internal about to nyoma bebre beba it is hokwa ne ono so another problem fourth year na ankasa no so no atisem yekoto aba it is sabre no kra no mampan bi a wo so sabre nya mampan we nko sabre no mampan bi a wo so sabre no o party for instance here weekend for na wie omo nyina ho odi nyina no akwa to bisa no pakonachi enuti eno ba hwa obi a kasa wan disi mu momo ayerua John Dramani Mama His Excellency na nani so ade hunu no etimi mbrem na munya se mu de apreapre pese se sika na mu hodo agu se etumi na mu pe o se de na adwuma pote de ahye mu se na obitimi ka je se surprise ye working was a surprise wa be ye wi continue sa nya resetting nano that's a gift to to party hoya etidien Mr. NDC from Pamto Muntie na yebe wiye no say konwen sia you will come back to us again and say hey namuka o sa na people for do na namuka ni e ka de ni e ka tell say sa ministers ni bi me si so dua bi and then ministers ni bi won ma Yerua John Dramani Mama nimnya for His Excellency sa ministers ni bi our chief executives ni bi sisa because once sisa bebre when so dey hu na person odi magana for say wo John Dramani Mama His Excellency open Ghana yin bebre shine say ni so dey hu no omo shine ni si from sisa no
after just 1 year
sisa no
on
sisa no
1 year
puso omo second year mo sisa no because so obi tira ba bi che obi tira fa ko che ohun se tumi bia no betima Kenya bi ma afere de ope and oye
so man penyin de paper ne pen to anim say o man boa me pese me sesama ban ne mu a unim nkofo be 5 bia wo so o moko
minim be 8
wo so o moko
also nkosu na chief executive go minim be 12 eso mo fi okokro na nipa beboa nipa mo Ghana wo do
eba beboa
Ghana
CEOs no 12 and a minister
so muko na obi no afofo muntie ni obi no ototo hye manim se ade ne nyina agira won ye ka e because we ya bi eri dukuri to do about we dey yo silence odi awo se so e dey bi o hangiro bibi ni nyina o ni aka na obusa me se nwotwe o se nwotwe next question is I do with my boy abo bodi bi am se I mebo eti bi se mo e da o pefe se ese sense sachre bi eba na memuna e dey another level of in Kenya na feel so o pull breaks no on party kasa bebrebe na ese no on se nanda within kasa no because a disturbable focus
but say na wo Kenya na say realistically for anything really transformative to happen I was saying the next 7 months
I don't know whether Omashe trading or calculated there. They don't have time. The time on one to impress the Ghana because who show my gra go 2 years no.
Next year so
next year
pray for flag bearer
no bebre na wi ase hun sensem so no e kayen so amemu no na hun sem na bebre na fi IMF kwasi konso na kwantia mon check yen to na fi ebufa so na bi kwose ba bi na yenye careful. I don't know whether they are still in their comfort zone, and the assumption is that MPP is so unattractive. Say the ombe be akra. Mr. Make catch them as a party NDC amubu mino. Munshana mu internal wranglings na FF bano and jinsem because jinsem esem there. Make catch when we and some pa what NDC amanyu. Makacho the only difference they say. They are able to control their sympathizers, no, on more levels of buffoon. That's the difference. But at a war at a good year, you can feel it. Timisra Obi, Yatrahani Yakasa not to serve any political party or group in Sibia interest. Yakasa to draw the attention of people who are managing the country now. So Nyoma Bebrato sing. There are a lot of good people in the system who really want to come and serve this country. But the way I man your seminar, and then because you see our weaponized social media, or be a baby social media, and you watching, attend ye, and the country seems to be clapping.
Many lawyer Nana Ej Bafo Iwa Enin Komo Oye MP for Menchia South constituency
festival.
And Oye private legal practitioner.
No festival.
Soloku, that's the main festival out here was Soloku. Sure. I hear say Ekoye. Honorable Apaba net saying
you should do Obi also.
Yami Adom, Papa. Yes.
Soloku Germany there. Yami Adma one professor. Yes, Ghana celebrating. Yes. Professor Robert Markins or Mamtek. Yeah.
Okay. Sam Mampong.
Yeah.
Teacher training college.
Professor Markins. Now Osei German leader. Into all the universities in Akasi and near. Mamtek before the winning.
Yeah, Mamtek. Solid.
It's led by that professor.
Oh, okay.
Teacher near kwa now fakusa I professor. So Ghana addition one semachirewa.
That's nice. That's nice.
The professor wa go fan kan German group no ateno. O fan kan na afisa no. Yesiani ebosu.
Mamtek for man. Wow. Wow, but that was a beautiful initiative. Honorable na ye share minority leader, leader in parliament, Ninsemua Wakeka Ediafa, I think circuit court judge, who Ewo Krumaha. As a lawyer yourself, listening to your leader speak, not then Ekosu will trim.
Ubi Medasi. Near Ekosu be trim, the show say there is a branch to say. Very well. Obi, we share a justice administration system law. Kumi ewo omain ho. Sesebi ubitia emra. Usha yashishe se. Subitia yemfanon kotum. Ana yenyine fa hudi yemfiri nisem. Ana se yemanin chiesika ibruni be frede final. Certainly, or the Ama state, but certainly, and Ranishi means say, and be a possible said you could be in seminal, Debbie the bar, a bit near abuse. And to say, and yet, on my penny, and now, Obia or Wabenu, and now say, opinion influential in society. Now we say even policeman being put back on Obi or no so police station. A mining of running say, Sammy pay, it would be able to be abused Mrano. And Mrano should say, Sammy pay, and a possible say, essence of really painting, they can also get it wrong. So, in the I decided say, ye benti ni papa who dear free me sem, and I say, ye bamina kurano, sell to me ye yamaya judges. What I say, and Tina Osha Article 14 of the Constitution, or catch that will say, only papa who dear a kurano, who be no bitch yadia free me sem, just say, na wa list enema just say nipa ne ya ye begie free nsem obani nsiwa o no wa sa to say in compliance with the due process of the law. So I can say it is about the sa the embrani say and was a court to know China or minor court to China or minor anything before them. Some year or Beshe say would be for embranching in some free say. When you say so, Timmy or walk our battery. It is so unsure. No, to me, for people to me, to me, or one cover for a battery. It is nipa or better any court. No, so now we share the trend to be a air qua. No, besides, say, court no, or yet intentional for pa, or yet intentional for pa. If I brought you can see example, so you know, say. Sabi sa woka setia court wa enye intimbrano wa categorize as contempt of court. So what I say inti sa we a judge na obi pa wani otumi fu ni papi etumi wo nsem eba say abronye we didi court atem say ye no kure embrane say you are presumed guilty, you are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Inti eba we share charge sheet no ti ba ye no we share charge sheet no kra no the facts don't support the offense. So it say you didn't buy na se nipa no kra ka che say a money bill and was one now so it did after prima facie case been established. So just say a person you know sabi we
Oh, hello, Honorable.
Hello?
Yeah, now I said,
na die sie no eye obi a se eye abronye ntia but mumia nto ye boni ensha de bie die ensha ne yenko to them TV enko radio enko na wafunia AC. So what I say the only time we get to hear of some of the happenings in our court is these high profile cases. Okay, that is how we will say abronye nko na ye ne sa na so bia okoko to them bia no ordinary Ghanaian bia no sa no. These are the questions we should be asking. Say abronye na ye partisan position at the judge not taking, because the thing is I don't think that young friend the obia this abronye say ye did obia so na you say anano judge ni pulenya. Then it also raises the question of competence. Ushedi mienu afani mienu nyirana say your partisanship, say your competence nyirana na sebi enye inti abra ye betin jumedia ekoso ye court to them no obri the yen from you. I think so we should all be concerned and begin to wonder what happens to the ordinary person who is not like abronye. Mamika Semincho.
Yeah, but lawyer me pacho any DMO because you name say the lower court no such errors, mistakes, incompetence, any scenario can happen. That's why as a lawyer for you name say in our jurisprudence no inbuilt in the appellate system in the as lawyers you name the appellate court no has the power to interfere with the decision of the lower court under certain circumstances. And when it so happens, what you do is to go up and make sure, you convince the appellate court to temper with the decision of the lower court. You don't resort to insult and attacks.
Obiani said Dr. Nishi Nipa, Unipa no betumi ewu. Obiani said Dr. Nishi Nipa, Unipa no betumi ediamu. Will we still find it acceptable?
Asempa FM.
Will we still find death from the negligence of a doctor acceptable?
No.
Will we find a friend says Obi ebedi emim because of say doctor be negligence acceptable?
No.
It to say Obi and say at lower court, these things are normal. Ain't now appeal. It's for you to say fundamentally it is acceptable. It is how they are appeal. Ebi, your basic errors be what it cannot be acceptable. For a judge, the law lies in your bosom. And it lies in your bosom very competently. That is why basic errors be what for a judge.
Yeah, but what's the remedy in law?
Okay. The fact that the remedy in law is appeal doesn't mean it cannot be criticized.
Yes, you can criticize. In fact, the Supreme Court cracker said no matter how rambunctious, how harsh the criticism is, what they don't tolerate is a direct attack on the integrity and the reputation of the court.
So, we may find it unacceptable.
Yes.
But I'm saying that there's some curiosity that this is generating that we have to focus on. Let's focus on the bigger picture. The bigger picture is that anytime there is a high-profile case in our courts, some of our courts, we get to see some of the injustices that are happening there.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the same injustice that is also happening to the ordinary Ghanaian? If it is not the same injustice which is happening to the ordinary Ghanaian, right, but it's happening to high-profile people, then there's an issue of partisanship. A court is supposed to be independent. So how come they are being partisan? Don't we have a court that is independent of the executive? But if it is the same injustice that is also being meted out to the ordinary Ghanaian, then there's a fundamental question of competence. The fact that I can appeal against it doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it right. Because you see, yes, sir, why the person with them 1 day? Why the person with them 2 days? I sana appeal no succeed no. Now them 2 days, and 3 days, and 3 months a year. But no example be. Now we are business people be na omo ko ewo property ho. Baako property. And I say a part of the property no eka ho. The property want to say a part of the property no eka ho. So I say. Yes. You say, nipa na ne ko yo no wa report no police station. Am yet that court to adenta. Yet the court to adenta no. The lawyer I application for bail. Judge ne say, and some of them ruling on the application for bail no, right? On call remand 1 week emra. And some of them ruling on the application for bail no, on call remand emra. We what here? One because on your politician.
Mm-hmm.
So I say,
yes.
But abronye the because on your abronye. The question is this: so if this is also happening to the ordinary Ghanaian in our circuit courts, because a bit near to Obi, you Obi, let's be candid. You see, you're a lawyer for 10. I think that it's time for us to have some of these discussions. And you could be healthy about what my justice system. I get better about what my justice system. No, it to me separated from the executive properly because Minia say Anjia not executives no be controlling the justice system to our detriment. It did a macro well na sebi Ubia Jaja unimde. Then mandi ubi for such an offense.
No, I mean, honorable, don't get me wrong. I have my issues with the judgment. There is absolutely no doubt about that. What is now in the public domain?
Let's focus on the judgment. Let's focus on the judgment.
Oh no.
For me, in my view,
yes.
Human liberty, the Constitution of Ghana, no?
Yes.
You see, we shouldn't separate it from its history.
I perfectly understand. We would have.
Let's not separate. Obi, make me slow.
Okay.
Yes, sir. You don't lose your focus.
That's fine.
You can't lose your focus. The Constitution of Ghana, no? From abuses of fundamental human rights and people's liberty. That is where your Constitution, and abia wuchi abia ompe ni so betrete ni papa agudie so ayo di tumi na ma judge omo ni papa agudie enti se koba ni say judge who ma yetiete ni papa agudie so a then you are flouting your basic oath.
Oh, lawyer. Me pacho o line. Aha, I don't know say ebi awo o drive there but on drive there na nka wagina baby ya mayen me pacho pa. Hello. Yeah, but it's still breaking. Me pacho kasana me. No. We may have to call you. Mamon sign free will be on me pacho. Ekosiisen so the higher Asempa 94.7 FM. I've seen say lots and lots of messages have come through. Man, in the time ana ye didn't come on unanimous FC no. Ni pape ready message even President Mahama Eka unanimous FC. I've received way from Mamire. PK support.
No, Messi.
I think that Fortune Alimi.
I know because if we also have to make reference, we sat here.
Yes.
We spoke about some of the things that at that time they said the police were doing their work. They said the judges were at work.
Yeah.
And you are senior difficult for him to make certain admissions, but clearly, Obi. Criticizing the judiciary or the judge and their issues. You line and you draw to, and that line is obvious.
Don't cross it.
It's obvious.
Sure.
And no, yes, I be seen the no. It's not because of kwachi ofusu. On you careful because of the or no on the can have some but the catch or the references there and the reference not shall say but we cannot continuously build on that. So what it tells you, they say, enter to a 200 bimu. So what they want to say? A 200. So mukoso e kraka ye say mampanyin ka say unanimous serving and a wake say omukoso sa na de ka che Ghana fo nyina say aban beko what we are advocating for. So man ye ma ehye no yie na ka say ho tie ka say ye papa o man no institution bi anya na bra ne nipa ewom no omo ensa ne omo posifo na monto yan criticize yan say sa de ne nya ne ye hwe bi mu because the next government of maybe the MPP no what they are also planning in their mind no difficult. Reference. NDC was so crown. Obi this doom so by chino the pembe bakuna so this is what we are building on. That is why we are saying that we cannot continue on that tangent. Because Obi our point, Obi our point.
Just they saying enough is enough. Now let's move.
That is what I'm saying. That I can do for mining behind the scenes. Let's have a conversation. Obi catch and this catch make a text me. Dr. Puni. Sami Jeff. Sami Jeff friend call.
Oh, I would say Sami Jeff. Sadan ko free CI the no studio has.
And this send me message say but if you continue to do this bebrebena ye kanyina no omo akasa omo wiata so omo primo makoma and nothing and no be phone and offer microphone not the best tool to educate people here. Insult.
I hear say lawyer me patro afi utemenka
I will be metonka pa
fantastic
it will be edikai
yes
mama class mu nche o my head a brush so say elevate the conversation no. We cannot reduce the governance of this country with the greatest of respect to that level anymore. We need to make progress. What you say? Wetime, wakame, that is petty governance.
Yes.
We need to move on.
Yes.
And you see, the people that suffer because of the petty politicking of the few, are far more than the political players. Because Esau say, Obi meme pedi kwaima ebia obi di boni bintino. Say nipa no de bedi wo obi ana oman na moye ordinary citizens. So I say, but my institutions working in accordance with due process of law. Say nipa no don't mean yes no. That is my focus. And you see, I am keen on that. In my public discourse, I've never said you will be in Tiamfani line ya draw there be you movie on. May that public office na so catch me say ba fuwa we di boni we di sika enti emrano unia emrano ese oni midie, because being a member of a political party is not friends, it doesn't grant me the immunity to commit criminal offense. So what I say, we are sanswa timemufuo no so bubefu ombe sorry etiamanyofo. But the point is that so would be dear famra kwanso na di bindi. This is the whole point I am making. Say ebisi nyura say bi esine say ya hwiye ne yakoso saa dako kuru no bebo. So what I say, and into the Yesu Christo can say or yonko shiweni swa than the other side mano, because on him say the moment I'll be shit and so back and toka into the NDC 4 year and I said the MPP say China MPP bar by more. Some of us will insist on compliance with due process of law. That's what I'm saying. Share America for ya. And now know how difficult it is to get extradition from America to Ghana. But if you are Ghana, the extradition order will be made because the application was made by the Attorney General. They make atmosphere because they make sure that there is compliance with due process of law. It doesn't matter who brings it. It raises the capacity, the competence of the people. Because maybe a state attorney, not be a medical be a judge grantia. What industry will I put in the work? Okay, time one. Now bail certain offenses here non-bailable. No. What they call ya murder non-bailable near the natu. Rape non-bailable near the natu. It me a state attorney. And what they bail na bedebe shemejumem. If what they be shemejumem. So what I say. The point I am making is that our judges should make sure say they are standing in between the strong and the mighty on one hand, and then the weakest citizen on the other hand. That's all I'm saying. Because also trend it confirms something, and it will be another point. Argentina, the judges in circuit court 9, they are all towing a certain line. Argentina, don't you think, say, it sends a certain message? So what I say that irrespective say a different judge, who tow a certain line. In the family, I brought your call, sa court first. Sa judge ya man the promotion, right? The one case in the call, okay? And is the rule in our choice, so can rule in our choice, no law him, no back him. So what I say, and now no Baba man do course our court war, let different judge in the war. But boy, it is said here, judge back on a year. And the judges of a particular court, A to a certain line. Don't you think so? We should all be worried? It is our court, one. Say, Ubikowa, that's how your ordinary citizen are. Is it the same way we treat you? When I asked him so years ago, yeah, this a friend is saying, you knew, yeah, or Wasasi. Law school.
Okay.
Me a defilement case be right. Guy now or SGSSB, young brilliant guy, school of admin from a very poor family in the central region. Anna will be accused of defilement. if fear wabɛhwie real school wabɛhwie mu a wɔde yɛ ne service akwala bi wɔ yɛ so wɔdi file no sɛ ɔmako tua sika ɛwɔ friend saying police hospital ama Cuban doctor bi and a watchful report to support that and a minute you see a refinity
Wilberforce
yeah many Wilberforce and you call police hospital or your investigations then we got the same Cuban doctor to write a report many Wilberforce now a branch here they need to move 9 months eventually the Yakopo here Yaboma with the friend saying judge for buyer Obi you file application for no case to answer and or discharging or acquitting because we are successful at that. So what I say, many more buffers may yes say man.
Very well.
Now a blank charge because to say a young non billable offense in tea. Charge need a branch in that team. So what I say, many Ghanaians are also suffering injustices at some level. Na Sabantian where nya obia said we best sacrifice for him. It could them at the time. Nipa 300 a year of national service. And what AGSS below. He was one of the few of the father Juma. So we need to have a broader discussion about the justice system at that level. Say, my example of a businessman, my more example of a national service personnel. And you know, free him and can own the opportunity to get hide. We give say or they board the Juma, the Bushia for. So,
I'm running to my final question. I mean, I get your drift. So we should look at the root cause, the structure, how our justice system is built, and deal with the fundamental issues. Ebia uko judge ba could be judge me nubia, you may be missing the point. But as lawyers, do you think the approach, because you set out a very beautiful preamble and what build the argument on, the approach certainly cannot be singling out one judge and attacking that judge frontally. And none of the nipa bebre na condemn it. Don't you think so?
Minia. So ubia ni senior Asempa was reacting. Na sekoya 1-2 mania. You give room for people to speculate. So they make out to say. Enti na make say. Mama ye agenti na de bia sa de si o circuit court line. Agenti da ho na esi.
Okay.
Into the whole nation. What you say? I think that cases are being assigned there, and when it is assigned there, and your man is in. So I think that judge now, or yes, our first one, or yeah, bro, you put 2 more. It. That said, let's I agree with what you are saying, but invariably, when you say assembly for the beer, you get heated up. So I say we get a control, but I believe that going forward, there will be some guidance in restraint in going forward. But the point is that there's a fundamental issue.
Okay.
We are building our nation. Ghana is still young, even though it is above 60. So I say
yes.
Countries here. They go through a lot to get to where they have gotten to today. We have had the benefit of Sanya Medina. And Yamaba actually dealing with it, we are sweeping under the carpet. Wow. But ordinary Ghanaians are also suffering because of some of these things. But we are only getting to know about it because of the high profile people involved. So, the ordinary Ghanaian will continue to suffer. I'm giving you examples. You yourself, as a lawyer, you have examples. And I believe you've heard tales from elsewhere too. There's a bigger conversation we need to have about it. That's all I'm saying.
Very well. Very well. Lawyer, my say, I think, yes.
When I say more, references political parties, clearly Nothing will change if we not
reduce Ghana. It's just politicians. You make it and Nigeria, and Nigeria, the ordinary citizen.
Okay, lawyer, in my man fan announce you are now abem. Why?
Lawyer penny wa being maybe a woman or children metias. But the crap say or don't manyoko during their time.
Yeah.
How independent was the judiciary of claims and any independent? How independent?
Okay.
We sat here, we raised issues about some of the dealings of the judiciary. They stood instead of the judiciary. They were the spokesperson for the judiciary. Likewise, this current administration, spokesperson for the judiciary and BOG.
Yeah.
So clearly, a template.
Depending on where you stand.
Yes, and then lawyer no because of four nomination for there be or not as an independent person who chamber or the Merakuni Nebeyajuma. Udra Equal actions and inactions.
You have to be
clearly you have to be there.
Okay.
Yes, say I am be that chapter where we can reconcile and some of the things happening today. Memetia, we say before so. Nyomani bia nipe binima ye chichirom sebi emerality saying kwana. We cannot just agree to ourselves. Ye be Justin here, ye di ehun komo kakra. And no, at the any brand near buffo and a
system.
It is a better than our catches as MPB bar. Almost my yes, I reference what I said. Quite sure for Subeka Sembrana Yedmano. Yes, so Embrana Yede, a year. I didn't know the Obi Rizaba, I didn't talk court now, was a court 7. And so, we are judging here also call, and also this is the narrative from yes.
The law is the law.
The law is the
law. Honorable, yes, your reaction 1 minute in your fancy.
Omaine, Mate, but let's open a new chapter in this country. We are building this country for our children. Many person that come in the hands of the law because of the similar situations I would hold myself responsible. Let's join hands to make a difference because we can make a difference. If the system goes on like this, it is very few people who benefit to the detriment of the greater society.
Very well.
That's my conclusion.
Lawyer Yeda Sepa, I mean, shall be any of us Yeda Sepa. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. That's lawyer Nana Ej Bafo Iwua, private legal practitioner, member of parliament, Mensia South constituency in the Asante region of Ghana.
I've seen that area at Force Rebecca private sector boost to be by 1.6 billion 2027, right?
Yes.
And immediately we can really
and then the deputy finance minister
okay, and the Kosikono Jaquanti and IMF so I'm forming in Koso and
technical assistance program. So I'm also we no first come my how mo share and you member. Oh, that's any time more hano. Ya nioma koyi.
I didn't say basa.
I don't know.
They be what to work for your late father.
Yes.
Sabi papa tias. They be what to know you know Martino. Every day that should come and monitor how you spend in your house. It means that you are irresponsible. Be chema won't say.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah, careful because they be the MPP time we said this, but for IMF our difficulty is to live within
independently.
Yes, within our limits.
But my other thing, and I think we now make that argument consistently. Dr. Makasibe, also on the finance minister ene. Obeko IMF akoka chomzo mumfa table on a chair. MMC finance minister.
Who your problem?
Nasari on economic history. Anytime we are doing well, no, time IMF for Ghana.
It will be
when they leave, Atoforsin knows, say, once IMF leaves, the political pressure will start coming. And he would have to kowtow to the pressure. At least, as long as there is a semblance of something IMF around, no, even the party will know, say, hey, IMF for how they are. So now at once when you respite be the energy man. And yes, if they leave today
and the catcher is on idea what you want to go from the AD bow.
Are they?
Oh, who's that? And I'm just meet here who are cabinet ministers for.
I almost say release come
you are aware. Mamma Nana Jantua shedding.
Yes, sister Odinich.
Yeah,
year now what
Mrs. Ajua Brago Jantua.
Yes.
Memano Nana Yako Kasiepa. In fact, Ukuni era and next Kwabna Pepra.
emano so ye na afia se wa pepra ana maame abena kunadu eye ni nhihye ni burial service no nyame aduma ye ne betumpem ewo era NSP pra ne residence ewo Ahenema Kokobe yes 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. nafi ewufu somnya ko ne St. Prince Anglican Cathedral Kumasi anopa no nkono na private burial akoso mampontin na afi abusua betenase memenda no Heroes Park Babaya Sports Stadium 1 to 5:30 yes na ne kwasi da no so na asia somucho onbeko no St. Prince Anglican Cathedral Church 9 o'clock na afi abusua asa betenase wo iwa RK Pepra ne residence wo asokwa ebene 1 p.m. to 5:30 the late Mrs. Ajoa Brago Jantua Pepra Nana ya Jantua ne sister Penyimu inti the
sister one father one mother
yes inti nyame adma weekend Friday Saturday Sunday
na ye ne koso
na afi akwetiafo nyina titu kofinti abusua ana member of parliament
kofinti musician
there be a yera akwasi akwa ne aid no onya nkwanhia
yeah matizo no wa film
kofinti we've not met him before very nice gentleman young man very nice gentleman. In fact, details didn't share that my Pascanti.
Accidents still killing precious souls.
Na me kwa meseba. Yen hwe ne yen moto ni pragian communi. En kwanhia moto ni pragian communi so bana. E o se mo some refresher courses bi. Pragia phone akwada bia be 11 12 13 14 years obi ko hwe omunipa omode etwi pragia and the way they drive the pragia and motor no traffic regulations no my omo so mediso na me simi busa say sa vox no mo kan wase and so apply and I say omo de mere bi buy na
say I think road safety authority and the statement by
omo anyantu
as to say our statement what the force of law elsewhere another
well omo kasanche is omo kasanche omo sa driver for omo vox omo kanche from the transporter was for
yes
for no mzuko hwi no yeah anu washido obi no kwapa na mekana anu
vox ni say mo hasasa wa the co speed kakra na to na
maybe wise but what happened to your games there yeah me was aduane ehun tokwa
games there
what happened
games assembly maybe Dominic Mose deputy finance minister wa Homane so
okay
e dey be amene ni be wie
na na catch here say
so we create am aba games dey
catch here say o tie dia catch here say mesre no ezi akuse baby Adome bridge no baby
akuse
enuane bebre fish bebre ne
1000 no
bebre ni sa
atimpoku ana atimpoku so for now part of bridge yeah we no ne constituency
no onhwe kwan bi a anka ibit mama enkwal ayina adwani
man
last 2 weeks there was a terrible accident there
accident car bit
they've been there for long years pushing them away no and easy but mijidi say onya constant conversation with them no more for safety so nya adwuma because car need edi milka kra ba no mu di milka no so na no moto mienu Pierre Mugu for motor na nyina na mama so na last 2 weeks either the Sunday you know to be say Mr. Lebri say onya san komo na oni yi na bianko kaba
honorable sir oti yenka akwa aba na te sen
ya mpacho metebo fa we ho ye na mo so
nyame adom ye ho ye papa nti oman ne concern o de trudwa atimpoku wo constituency meboa
ampa
yes in the now say edwadifo na ton yama wo station hono mu eton 1000 ne tatale ne sa yama na keka on say the risk they put themselves in no a bit concerning it minimum as MP the obetimi aya fa ho
in fact so car to do ha esale say what person was for anunti no the America ta na yeso jina America wode edita na chi na ya be catch officer of top bibi no ala ya setem kakra cars ni bi nso nto ombo me try maybe a chair me DC me call speed ramp straight to every ho that and say ni na pra so highways ebuso a wo sa fine nti omo ye no wo di sane abeya wo ga shafara wo betimi ama cars na slow down katra ama omanfo engineering ramps, in fact, potholes roundabout so 80 cause of traffic weekends. Na cars na edu akrade. Na certain takra. Nti dicey. Traffic will more element growth also eja ekosro.
And also
traffic no flow in tentama na eja egu. Nti see eja a balance between say traffic bit flow and it's once we to me at all one number.
Yeah.
Last week on command highways maybe the firewall there no and so the threat roundabout to them but yeah where you see as I say so you're saying or para to me a extension towards Luciano so never jadi for so be nya baby atanana or to me di wonja until the concern near Jermaine no para pa yeah because no one nya passager na or to me I never accident via over to me at all one there man drivers are also in their wide to original what a tribunal which me a trauma
very well. Until we'll come back to you some other time after about share progress on that issue I raising. But quickly, yen dealing with Cynthia ye frail edikai we knew say as a Baimu inherited an IMF program which was started by the previous administration. We're told say this year August program no ebeba ewiye na was say be somewhere in May or June yenya be 3-month extension be by atise now there is a PCI arrangement be boyemu what is the status of IMF program no CCI me pacho
that's it pa now so sana meko eno so no ma me ya o time na kakra nka CCI na me see Alisa Hotel.
Okay.
For Ghana Statistical Service. Now, one launch publication via OIS respect into multi-dimensional poverty.
Poverty, yeah.
Among 2021, maybe 2025. And it just multi-dimensional poverty. Firm for many Ghanaians.
Oh, okay.
Many Ghanaians or you want a few multi-dimensional poverty move. Ghana for the EDF na we be said to Jamai Pena so Jamai data. And who is between 2024 and 2025. Yetini about 10,000 people out of multi-dimensional poverty were Jamaica.
Oh.
Statistical Service data no HRS 2024 na 22,000 plus people na one statistics they fell within multi-dimensional poverty. Na 2025 number no above to 12,000, which means 10,000 people have been elevated out of poverty and it cuts across all the districts Ghana. However, there were disturbing issues about certain parts, especially the northern part of the country, northeast in particular. All the districts, 6 districts are all northeast, among the poorest in the country, and so report in resource allocation decisions, in some of the implementation policies making informed decisions. If you haven't said that,
but the Ghana picture, because the last time, I think multi-dimensional poverty, Ghanaians are fully below that, in the region of 800,000. I don't know. Say, and Eswati and Nasa, it is saying what's the
Eswati significantly. I'm asking for
the details that they are shared with me.
Very well.
I don't have offhand the national figures.
Okay.
And so Jamai didn't have the share with him. And I'm here to study the entire. But the conclusion is nationwide, it has improved significantly. A number of people have been taken out of it. We can get the details and share with you.
That's fine. That's fine.
I just thought Walker is with Jamaya seminar so this is there is improvement in the condition of living for the good people of Jamaya since 2024 and today.
Okay.
Now that will be IMF program.
Yes.
The first around 2023. Are buying for IMF for the 17th time. Na Arusana buy the color some other kaya na Dr. Atofosен I lecture be our UPSA. I think around 2022. And okay, it's a senior economy no airco MA MPP managing of IMF here the for IMF. Semi one yantum on the floor of Parliament, the former Deputy Minister for Finance, Yamia Tonensa Apreno, we will not go today, we will not go tomorrow. Time now, or advises on one county, what the ambulance for IMF in 2023. Now, and some will call IMF in 2023 no. IMF they did not accept Ghana. They did not want to give Ghana any program. If you said now your debt not amendment. So we were forced to restructure our debt. And suddenly to qualify for a fund program. And no the painful haircut and in fact I'm not saying the same person may carry Ghana for you, but America, Sonia Beya, where we were in 2022, 2023, I buy a taking decision eventually, even though it was late, we'll take that decision, say, as I say, we'll call IMF, now you call it. Now, yes, I call Bob, $3 billion. If he IMF na share of my these 70 years now ya for IMF program 17 times on average each time 3 years program na ya call for IMF bailout now na say kapra na send American of Sabrino na eka amene omangana na ye debt to GDP unsustainable na again nti na ye deka yintimi mfia na here I say ye call IMF no ye call ye na ye dey say IMF aseno ye committee to run certain programs then ye be ya you need to me ejina ye nice video. In fact, time a year call IMF. Now your gross international reserves and you're almost depleted. And sika your dollars are now intimate cover even 1 month of imports. Inti let's say a hotel no a many or mangana pa. Inti you now support to buy someone call IMF no one more. Na intimate high kakra. If you say now a balance of payment situation or a story na and open America to remind us of where we were and why government was forced to go into the fund program. Fast forward by 2024, end of 2024, abayi chemo handover. Now, unfortunately, IMF program one kasa edwon ho share aseno. Na what I say program no. Na important targets had been missed. In fact, per IMF program, okay, kind program I was signing up to now. Now, as I say, now inflation ever bottom. It was one of the targets that you're signing up to. Now, so by the end of December 2024, now inflation target, as I say, is 16%. You know? Now, amazing. We ended the year at 23.8%. And the program was derailed. In fact, another important target I may say at the end of 2024 was non-accumulation of payables. Now, you say, and especially accumulated payables, yeah. And so, you ended the year 2024 with an accumulation of payables to the tune of 45 billion cedis. Into your buy now, I use Kakra. Now, so Dr.
But how come after every review, Sike also release as part of the ECF, no? Not IMF release, even when they were missing targets, said they're okay.
Yes, important targets, yeah, were missing. About for by now, as I say, IMF Kasa Niama who say, a woman say I may say some of the targets there. Now, so yeah, but yeah, enough reforms are a better say going forward, we will be able to catch up. Until Ube Shah, Dr. Atufos in the Nim Emia called Parliament, Emma, ya inside no kete, a kaye, now we are called legislative, say to be able to achieve some of the targets, you know. Yeah, the year A, B, C, D. For instance, your legislature said you be 1.5% primary surplus. Even though now we hold it down, now Obia the nano next you be by your then share echo car who of parliament. Say finance minister in Tiania 1 cent channel. And me near ma afro send this signal say now Ghana government committed, say you better bring it back the program on track. Until we did all these things, and within 2025, consistently month on month, inflation now every month statistical service at the inflation figures until we committed to prudent financial management. A lot of fiscal, consolidation, and collaboration between the fiscal and monetary authorities. It means my year achieve those targets, you know. And by the end of 2025, now story necessary, now overperforming crowd, now you are seeing now over. And yet inflation on 2025, accumulating any arrears. Just say, debt to GDP so it reduces significantly. Ghana Sikano enya holding stabilizes Sikano. In fact, over Kaya before your first budget, Finance Minister Dr. Atufos in the Nimia called Makola. Before say that call Makola near a year National Economic Dialogue. Fred Ghana for have to adjune mobi actually nadwin obia no call bankroom say as I say you stabilize your currency obia no call bankroom say as I say you share the inflation abafem ye me in before ekasa ye stand for Makola any market women now one year economy no what say one handle they live it every day. The practical aspect and also it could be in common. Obia yanene kasa wa Makola kachre and say adea how long it become the depreciation of the Ghana cedi. Say ne obete na cedi no to dollar say or china na say into was rare. Yanshe na yema cedi ni nya ho de ni yema enyina faako. Muni na be dia dance say fisa abre betin ne CD no stabilize. CD no epejaye enya hode nenne agina faako a me no etimi predict say exchange rate ni say nti yebetumi ya me na AC sabre ne say wakota there the price expectation of a further depreciation of the cedi into one nema nti price on cost ro pra no say ansa no be kwa koto foforo no na dollar na for say no asan bibi ato so say now a cool Ghana for enne sa nema ni na etupo nti back to the IMF program no linear yetimi resuscitate IMF program na anka ejiegu emane for the first time ye IMF program obi ani age say target I set ye nya amanabro so that time President Mahama first time also for IMF nibi around 2015 for baby na 2016 MPP also inherited IMF program sani anne ye buy 2025 ye inherited program also no
yes
now the another difference they say program now one inherited no they went to renegotiate the program and I will extend it for another 1 year apart from renegotiating it. In fact, they also went for waivers because a due time a program for ended up. Now targets are set to the brain now we buso we fail. In necessary call IMF for FOG waiver. The story is so different from today. And next programmer you better young call for extension, young call for renegotiation. Yetimi meet all the targets are young bisa IMF said 1 mile waiver. Into ya pass amanabro so che yen debt to GDP in fact now as part of the program implementation now OHS said by 2034 you achieve debt to GDP ratio of 45%. But because of prudent management, Dr. Atofos in ADNIM, now President Mahama directed INT. Target and can see achieving in 2034, no? Yeah, achieving at the end of 2025. We ended 2025 with a debt to GDP ratio of 44.7%. High above the target as Nanka Bravo year program, no? MPP abaye share say was share when seek assembly nearma e be the year 2034 and Sani achieve debt to GDP ratio of 45%. Now so President Mahama baye nimdie ni osuhu a onyaye bro president enne share papa owo position ni na me ato force na edwe plan na what they do famonti and net yetini meet that target out head of schedule. Enti media IMF program na mubisano and the year na dia dance say Ghana the best place SSA obia economy oko invested.
Yeah, but honorable, I mean what painting a beautiful picture. The data supports in seminar or can in terms of stability of the city, in terms of inflation, in terms of debt to GDP and all of that. The curiosity though, NSA, if Yetimi area program meeting all the targets even ahead of schedule, why have we as a country requested another 36-month IMF program? Yede
me that say you requested another program near you requested any IMF program a IMF technical support
difference
now, the difference between the ECF IMF programmer used to for 17 times and then no na me better for me. The PCI, Policy Coordination Instrument, for 36 months, different in many ways. Yanko IMF Hose, enti mayesika na IMF akase si yedema usika dia jise yedo share program yase na IMF program a wo koji won sika no eya de unsunsansu bi ebre oman no eba with conditionalities. IMF betimi akase look so person e ma usika dia yi obiadi efi Asempa ansane ya no wa ya sa program yi so person ye ma program yi dia ye way ana ye way to companies bi ye way enne ya mfa ye ho anko se program bi afi yen Ghana one of the about 190 members of the IMF. They contributed to the fund. IMF our technical expertise they can make it available to any country who needs it. And you see a fund program, obia means you distinction, you pass it. Says here you say a number of reforms. Our Ghana ha. Now IMF, you know what you did. Now say a person money PCI program send your day program no namo share namo demo stamp siswa international community no investors ni ade ebejia to mu say ampa Ghana nso say awoye no eri adwuma enti PCI to work with the IMF on young program so that wobeye adansi for ama afufura ewo amanaman ama international community say hey ni Ghana for yeni ya kofie won humam won progress awori yeni won reforms awori yeni niema erikoso ni ya nkaso yebetimi afa asem na so woka wasem eya na amanfo nyimi to say ofufuro ebebi adanse na obeka wasem amaw enunti and I say IMF you can say this policy coordination instrument. And the most important thing is that you see in here IMF figure biabium. Into me now we seek also MSA say your way. In fact, Uti President Mahama or Kasai maybe a term will say this should be the final time we go to the IMF for a bailout. Say the 17th time in pen do Sonia Ghana yedi ho akose IMF say boy bosia na boyen and then you need balance of payment problems and then make say your reserves are hitting all-time high your reserves are that $14.5 billion you think you are building enough reserves now say our stage credit rating agency can say Middle East Mpokwa Aba and so Ghana there sa unsunsanso no affect to send ya amount for affect it be a term now ka obeti Russia Ukraine war nti yentimi nyei COVID-19 nti yentimi nyei external shocks there it will always be there Omaya global economy ever affected and there will always be external shocks. I have to say what they take now pothole what fine so pothole was so now fine so and yet they are over top pothole now so send me a affected send me a it depends on the shock absorbers so shock what top pothole ma obeti gugum now top what take kitchen say ato shocks bim now so a mubu hop a mubu sisi now so shocks yet to send me am ready a chair na shocks na what top pothole no pe now tire to enubi na nfia bi asane ade a chair mu to yan womangara ha Russia and Ukraine echo yepe yes have you say Russia Ukraine war ntimi and now what they say obi Ghana ha what they say President Mahama what is said Dr. Atoforsen at the Middle East, Iran, US, Ntokwa, aye excuse this a munti yentimi ntua fees a munti yentimi ye roads a munti yentimi ye eyana and not the resilience yet to me build it our
but said time is starting, you know, honorable time is starting, you know, relative to fuel prices there. It came up. President Mahama said it said the AC on fuel price ebenya impact.
Maka say enye dera enye maya yewo ewiase there. We deal this FM on the global space, you know, it will have an effect on us. Now, so the resilience now, shock absorbers now, you are building into the effect, you know, and yet to send here now, you cannot. I'm not saying that we will never be affected by global shocks. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And yet, then every economy will be affected by global shocks. Now, so one building resilience, I want building economic shock absorbers affect what we see bebu. So because Ghana yet maintaining the level of resistance to these shocks and then we are not crying, we are not running around say because of global shocks
okay.
Honorable,
on whether
now back to the PCI.
Yes.
Let me make another important point.
Okay.
You call Parliament. You call share. You say you establish the fiscal council.
Yes.
Say you pay institution be organ. Say IMF. Say IMF ni ho one ebetimi monitor in progress. Now one are your publication periodically. Actually how the economy is going. Are you like a local policeman? And then you establish the independent fiscal council. No? This fiscal council is new. And it is our contemplation. Say, what be ye Jumei? IMF for MYM with the technical support. Said within the 36 months, PCI be now your local policeman, fiscal council, also gaining the expertise, the experience that we're doing now. So now we're to me up to a Jumana so aboying. And no, any share yet at all. Now very soon, you better out. Abetremo, all the reforms are within the next 36 months. You did to your name say, you did see your name say, now every 6 months, IMF everybody say in progress. No, I could say now what they want endorsement stamp is actually you are seeing now. So woko Ghana eyi no so obey why you wait na edi adanse ayadanse bi ama you are seeing na obia. This is what gives investors that comfort. Na abwa obia Ghana has internally munyina nim say ya there obia worldwide nim say ya there now so an independent person esa confirm say Ghana ye we ya abwa e maderu no bono e more credible ekwachi enti media eno me aye
PCR. But now my final question on that, and it's say obika say this PCI Ghana 18th IMF programmer Unini Pakro Ebeya Adwen. I ask this question because the division chief of the African department at the IMF, Ruben Atoyan Enso Ekaya. This is clearly an IMF program, save that Sika Enkaho. Because Okawa has said, Mr. Atoyan explained that the new PCI arrangement would run for 36 months, with the IMF expected to consider Ghana's request at the end of next month alongside the final review of the ECF program. He stated that the PCI was designed to support Ghana's reform agenda through policy commitment and semi-annual reviews to signal confidence in the country's economic direction to investors and international market. It looks like this is a program. The only difference is you disagree with that?
I disagree because there is a definition of program. IMF programs are and you're new to Ghana. We have gone through 17 of those programs.
Yes.
This is not a program, it's a technical support. This is the first time Ghana go through this technical support arrangement with IMF. So if you decide to call it a program, it is not a program. It is a technical support and all the 17 programs are yakono yakoje bosia elwode conditionalities aba
okay.
We enye program enye an IMF program.
Okay.
It is and because we are members of the IMF, I mean say a program we say a program. But a program also, we wouldn't have to say a program because someone is suggesting no.
Okay. Okay.
And that is the explanation we are giving. Say it is a technical support arrangement. Yes, signing with the fund to say, look, we are done with the program, and you see, we'll share the cycle Ghana go through. Anytime I did the IMF program, actually 2 to 3 years. Now I found messy up. Now I found Apple for another program. And then our President Mahama said, look, or percent or reset the economy. Look, Ghana, you intimate a stabilized economy consistently for 10 years. And the President Mahama said, look, let us make sure that we don't go back to IMF for any program. Let us commit ourselves to a set of reforms. So now, look, we are fund the CASA, international community, so we want to do this. Help us with technical support. Look, come and endorse our reforms and trumpet it to the world. That is all. We are in here Usika, in here Osei. In fact, building enough reserves it last year 6 months in the country. The GANRA programmer Yediaba Yan target me say President Mahama say by the time OBC Ekonya so in 2028, end of 2028, you know, he building it is cover for 15 months. Bra Nkrumah, it take you over. Or Sergeant for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, it take you over.
Hello, Honorable.
To achieve something that is unprecedented in this country.
Okay.
Now me choose me wife here and I'm like Nkrumah. Now you're reserved. Now in your Musa and President Mahama said, "Oh, percent of legal some legacy. It didn't see that ever on Mangana, and that is what we are doing." And Sana may send me link this to the PCI no reform near Manaba.
Yes.
Who say one of the key areas are you focus on job creation. If you said you are achieving a lot of macroeconomic improvement and stability. Now, so me akayen ewo mangana hapa nyumasam. Enti ye kwaye nimi Dr. Asofos in the details but I'm say because yet me achieve debt to GDP ratio anka 2034 and a lot of fiscal space in there. Instead of 1.5% primary surplus, you reduce to about 0.5% primary surplus. This is going to give us space of about 1% of GDP. And no year about $1.6 billion annually. President Mahama announced the new economy every year. So we are going to spend $1.6 billion annually in areas that created jobs directly.
And no, GOG funds,
GOG funds. A space of IMF sticker.
Yes.
Yesika. Because we are recalibrating now. Last year, 2025, even though the target was to have 1.5% surplus, we ended the year, we overperformed and did 2.1% primary surplus. And here, it's on the achieve within this short time. For 2027 going, we are reducing it and freeing 1% of GDP, which is about $1.6 billion.
Yes.
Or the background as maybe some 30 billion or more. Now, and no, 20 something billion. And no, yeah, they directly share areas are creative jobs. And he said, with all these inflation from with all these macroeconomic indicators, other macroeconomic indicators are trumpet, Ojontofona say, "Mo akawa dekoro, SSO, answer now waso, bokule." Me president SSO, Now we're to me ask for Ghana for any and sad jobs will be made sure say economy no kind of details will come very soon.
Yeah, but honorable, I get you. I mean, as somebody watching from the outside, now having listened to Obos, Finance Minister, or present 2026 budget, one of the flagship job creation initiatives or announcing palm plantation. Buying HRB 500 million for that.
Yes.
Say a big creating new money in excess, even hundreds of thousands of jobs. 2026 budget. I mean,
yes.
So how should anybody believe 1.6 billion? Say no so baby continue.
That program is on course. In fact, there is a committee I know in Safi Huejuma. Say I want to secure a lot of vast tracts of land what they a lot of progress also on that. And no, it's part of it by the tip of the iceberg. That is not enough to handle the unemployment situation.
Yeah, but we are halfway through the year. Honorable, we are halfway almost through the year. So now I was say created 200,000 jobs. Krana yeka say sub project no in particular in creating jobs that's a problem.
It is a problem, I agree. But the beginning of the implementation of any big program like this, it takes time. You want to do it and do it well. It is one of the things he will talk about when we come to the mid-year budget progress and where we are and what we need to do going forward.
Okay.
I
agree.
Aside and any all the other interventions are our budget to we are freeing additional money to be able to do these things. And look, and security forces, recruitment, and look at what is happening. GES, FBA portal, so recruitment. This is so. As a country, we all need to work on this. And you see, the public sector alone cannot absorb all these teeming youth.
Yes.
Every year, about 500,000 youth universities near there added on to the job market. We are going to use the private sector significantly in this drive.
Yeah, we agree. I perfectly agree. The
macroeconomic indicators now a lot of companies have returned to profitability. And going forward, the expectation is that once so ever expanded, one plow back, one expanded to me afa. So it is going to be a multi-pronged approach. To be able to do. And apart from jobs, we basically also in the PCI that will come, details will come. A lot of focus on SOEs. We want SOEs to make profit. We want SOEs to be prudent. We want SOEs to be efficient. And these are some of the things very soon when we announce the reform packages you're lining up in the next 36 months. You know, how you be critical, you be criticize those constructively, you be inputs into them, you be monitor, send you be at the end of the period, you know.
Very well.
President Mahama Kai.
I mean, wait, you better train details no of PCI reforms no any this private sector support by at the airba. I mean, my reference to palm plantation was to the effect say you be see usua kaya share oma. If the current budget no such a commitment was made, now you be material. Another commitment for the next budget, this time a bigger amount, you know. That's why I made that reference.
No, and I agree with you. Yeah. I agree with you. Yes. So that is why I have also told you that we haven't slept on all those interventions about 2026 budget, you know.
Very well.
The implementation is so and very soon you will see.
That's fine.
But there are a lot of things a check answer the work who send it also. Look at the investments we are doing in the road sector. A lot of work is ongoing. Road minister went out to inspect roads. Areas are contractors and areas. Some of these things, it may take it time. And so the work asphalt, so a lot of work also of many parts of the country. A lot of interventions are ongoing, and you see
very
them,
well. There were questions me no be a manya video say me busa yes I will not be fair to the ministry into me busa but just confess something I just saw finance ministry Facebook page a quote card or say PCI is not a program. It is a form of technical assistance where Dr. Ruben Atoyan, IMF mission chief for Ghana, and just to support the point you made earlier, Obinswa sent me the International Monetary Fund or more definition for the PCI on their website into the policy coordination instrument into bracket PCI. Also, the policy coordination instrument is a non-financing instrument open to all IMF member countries. It enables a closer dialogue with countries and the endorsement of policies by the IMF, which allows them to signal commitment to reforms and to catalyze financing from other sources. And that's the definition IMF and Kasa Edema this PCI. Just public information. I mean, but honorable, I mean, me two questions. Then is number one. There are rumors in the public domain. If our boss, Honorable Atoforsen, say because of ne ambition, ne colleague ministers or other critical sectors, or deny one critical funding to implement or more project, agric ministry, education ministry, other sectors, edi aba up. What do you say to that, Honorable Deputy Finance Minister?
That is laughable.
Adentia.
Look, if there is anybody or J or man Ghana na or ye committed so obeboa na o man etumpo amehu pa Dr. Atoforsen. On ye petty. Na there is no way or better say eyi ana eyinti on release sika emobia. Obia o make a request what budget to move you release man. And look, the Ministry of Roads and Highways, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Transport, Fisheries, Ministry of Education, Health, you're releasing a lot of funds to them.
Hey, we are sure.
Yes. May Fatron say, look, what your budget allotment Yedi obia de amano, obia niwa allotment yes over the I am found them mano. There is not a single one. Look, by next week, we share budget directors of war MDAs in also the fiance prepare media budget.
Yes.
Review, as part of we want to look at the implementation of the budget so far, which areas are improving, which areas are SSA. At that meeting, I will put out all the releases we have given to every MDA.
Okay.
Now, I will share with you. Now, who say it is not possible. Say, Dr. Atofo Sebeka say ministry way. Now, other Dr. Atofo president, Anna.
Why have you then allowed for
sir? Ministry be of Nisika and the ministry no country president. My president and calling it to order now.
But some ministries in fact. Colleague cabinet ministers maybe in public. I can reference the education minister say teacher for now demonstrations will be can and so more be ya omunko busa finance minister because finance minister and release isika. You've not heard that?
Look, me kaisa me wahana education will be a bad demonstration. I brought one leadership to young office and I'm a day documents extra one.
Asempa
if you are dancing, now one cause reason for demonstration, then they say one health and you recruit one in 2024. Now one year, Juma Obekaya were demonstration sometime last year. And we had the one to payroll so now one arrears are accumulating I see a 2 hour. Health for in one day and education for in that way demonstration baha. Extra one dates are in request from each of the ministries for the payment of the arrears and show them the processes they have to go through and where we were on each of them. The reason why health had theirs before education got theirs a month after. These are so. Of course, there are genuine concerns about a backlog of teachers are yet training one, nurses are yet training one bebreya. Young Timmy Emfa when on to payroll. So it is education minister Ekasa. Yes, your man of clearance for about is it 7,000 or so? I don't remember.
Yes,
the number.
7,000.
But the numbers are more.
Yeah, he
had made accommodate all at once.
He had made a promise on for 50,000, and the moment clearance for 7,000. That is clearly an issue.
So that is true. The payroll cannot accommodate all of them at once. The first group we accommodated was one MPP far one. Now you buy me a far one that watch there both education and health. Now one far one to now one clearance I expect. They were not mechanized. They were not put on the payroll. They were about 6,000 each, both health and education. They were the first people we put on the payroll. Yeah, my financial clearance.
Yes.
And I want the one at also. And me recruit one. And we yasama additional financial clearance. These are the truth. Yama financial as the economy improves, that space near more and more. But apart from that, education alone this year, the record I have before me, apart from staff costs, you're releasing about 4.5 billion cedis to the education sector. 4.5 billion, and the details are there. I can share.
Out of a total budget of saying.
I will get the total budget for you. And we are on course. I mean, get funds, capitation grants, all these. We have released 4.5 billion cities.
Yeah, but
and you see,
4 point something billion cities out of a budget of around 20 something billion. No, that's woefully inadequate.
I will get the total budget and let you know. And you see, you compare that to other sectors. Because the budget we prepare we prepare in anticipation, say, a billion revenue of X amount.
Yes.
You will get 100% of your allocation if revenue performs 100%.
Sure.
So it is, and so when.
So in other words, revenue performance is not doing well.
To MDAs on quarterly basis. In the first quarter, we are releasing, say, Obia there. I know, say, so far we have done close to 40% of the budget for almost all MDAs.
In other words,
terms of allotment,
in other words,
the allotment no more. If you want to obey unuma, nefe waji sikano now de aye allotment to make say MDA way yamao even though budget you say no eyi na wo ho a obetimi spend na wa che wo programs mo ni ade na priority a obeye na wetimi aye. So it is never the case at all. Say you deny anybody of name. Say what the request be ni budget more, we cannot accommodate it. What the commitment authorization request back, now we need budget line, we need funding source for it. We cannot approve it. If you say, "San maybe a chairman, you messy up your economy."
Okay.
So Dr. Folsom is committed to prudent management of Ekosiisen.
Now we now okay, my colleague ministers in now aware. Say who need clear source of funding near there. Approval and releases will not be given. No, now aware, sir.
So being aware, sir, there are none minister no deny no apa. Obia is supposed to know. Say if you don't have budget, you cannot spend.
Yeah, because you see,
we complain, sir. We inherited arrears and commitments to the tune of make our parliament for year presentation. Yeah, updated 58 billion arrears are inherited. It is all because there was no commitment control. If we continue on that trajectory, that is why we are being prudent and that is why everybody must cut their coat according to their size.
According to their size.
The essence of commitment authorization, they say, budget. And all these requests are supposed to go through sector ministers. It is the first level we checking. Into the back, now say budget in Niho. Now Dr. Atofo say yes, so we are watching budget in Niho. Okay,
Intiname say I just got this from my production team. In 2026 budget, Ghana allocated 33.3 billion Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Education, representing an 18% increase from the 31 billion allocated in 2025. In about 33.3 billion, we are almost ending May. You're releasing 4.
No. You are making a mistake. Okay. That figure includes staff costs, which is the biggest of all these allocations. Seminar compensation budget account 4.5 billion for education. We are making 4.5 billion. One goods and services make just fund all those
Okay, then
staff costs and Seminar staff cost figure at the Kahomawa. We have gone way above a year.
Okay, that
because
I think that's
allocation to education. All payments to education, all payments to health, all payments to fisheries. Staff costs any idea not our budget.
Okay.
Into this figure does not include compensation. And no crown any casino.
It's only 33.3 billion.
Conversation.
That's fine. That's fine.
I didn't prepare.
We can always come back.
I can get all these details.
Yeah.
Total releases to all of the sectors.
Yes.
Now what we say, Atofo will say, there is something we call budget credibility. Nearby, ya state your budget MDA there. Ya approve the asset budget no more. She say you better release this Ikama no wetimi aye sta na ma no. Now mo near me ni mo ne de. Mo bi an smuggle ma. And mean we have budget here. Now obia aspe. Na near ma wish list radio obia wo bebre na so family no. Enti sika me afio wo ye betimi ama Osei enti ko plan se ne a wo be use sa ne ma no. Enti wo na wo be kire ne ma wo pese wo de sa sika ne. Now what the request no ba you release this cannot no work here. Enti ne ma e wo budget no ma we state ne ne there. Dr. Fonso say you share you release revenue ba maybe or ha you the boss ya na here. Maybe or ha drawdowns of loans bia yi ne a draw down so what to aso na why nti anonom there once you buy what budget no there sikani jaba ya we aboa
inti meaning say feed Ghana ne inkokon kitten ne sa program ne nyana my releases amomo
yeah releases for in fact I will get those details for all the sectors and their programs. Look, it is a matter of a function of revenue. We have made releases, but we haven't done everything for everybody. It is a gradual process. And look, next time, let me know we want to discuss budget.
That's fine. That's fine.
And I'll get all these details.
That's fine.
And then
I'll be looking forward to that. Now, details breakdown the bar. Yeah, the bedroom from Ewa. Finally, Honorable, Nansenya games are with Legon Stadium, athletics championships. No, the criticism they say, Sika ne was a sports ministry. They adieno. Omo enyeska. Ubusa almost a finance ministry and release ska. Then I'll be cafe no so.
Yeah. It is linked to explanation of Mama Sisiano. Every quarter, you hear some near ma allotment. FM. Into a farm ministry of sports near amount X amount. So this quarter, so I think in our war fire with you. You share Ministry of Health near amount allotment. So this quarter, you hear some number in ye and Albania near amount obia allotment. What you use the money for and you determine. And see, your more allotments now. And you want our show programs, why a budget? Near my person year the whole year. If you are no January, if you are who bet me in June, if you are who bet me in December. And see, so one and so share. Now we no pass as someone who can about sports, my attention was drawn to it. Now my boss said to quite. In the Honorable Kofi Adams said, initially, I was friend me a car, you know, now me because now me say I'm our allotment near there. In the Obama office, Emma, yes, say allotments I am near there. No what they I hear other near now. One program so say be a time bound. Until we agreed, say I then had to give them another allotment front load. We are say one third quarter near the end. And me process here, my friend, my boss of you and now and me process here. ATM release to them no a delay, no question. But it has been sorted. I know say they've gotten a year. Until Myanmar SSL warrior. Yeah. Look, your Ministry of Finance. Yeah, all knowing now. You did me who be our sector be our they work with us. We have schedule officers our Ministry of Finance for every sector. Yen there, your business seminar near our lot said this quarter away, this quarter away. Of course. There are occasions for other exigencies, you know. As you share, now your front loading will be other quarter, Sika, and man, send your day out, obeting every beat to send your happen in the case of this sports event, you know. So that is it.
I agree with your explanation generally, except to say, for a tournament like this, Ghana they put in a bid. And you really bid not to host it somewhere last year. We should have had a budget for them. And you're part of your normal every quarter releases a core ministry. And minimum how changes now more and how a new city because we a tournament you're bidding you winning, and this is the senior African athletics championships. You're winning from a competition other countries be bidding you winning in the from cabinet to baby obeying him say we have this tournament honorable. Or I am not understanding how.
No. So I say they have a budget for it. I'm not saying they don't have a budget. They have a budget for all the tournaments, for World Cup, for all these tournaments. Now the explanation I was giving you, say you release sika ama a particular sector. A sector may be determine say we program yi ebeba and sana we aba. Eti sienya allotment ye be di kan your way and sana your way and sana your way. Our attention was drawn to the fact that their allotment could not cover those. We quickly had to come in and then give another allotment for a third quarter allotment, like front loading allotment and our program we would have given them in the third quarter. So that they can, and in fact, Honorable Kofi Adams, he came to me and said, you know what, for young sports, there are more allotments now, cannot work with us. If you say, you're time bound, you're for World Cup, this time, every quarter, maybe all our activities will even happen in the first quarter. All our activities will happen in the second quarter. So these are some of the things we are realizing now. And like I said, I had to quickly process it for them so they saved the situation. But Obi, a lot of good things are happening. Dr. Forson is committed to manage NC Assembly prudently. He is committed to every sector because every sector Ekoswa and Omano Ekoso.
Okay.
And we have a responsibility to distribute resources in a fair and equitable manner. Ebeboa na obia sector bia improve now the general government and also Edumano improve and he's committed to do that. We will continue to do this. In fact, because we are prepared for media, see a share areas are maybe one budget implementation no enya encore between May and June, what would they do to bring a? Because we are going to report to Ghanaians through their representatives in our parliament. Indeed, that is why NE was sending invitation to all budget directors and all MDAs what the implementation of their budget report. Near Bisa, all the Neduha, Adena, 1 year way, Adena, way, year way, okay, we say, Yesika. So these are the things we do here. Na etime abua na obia etime implementing the programs. Na abua your colleague ministers ina onina announce sometimes one friend of boss they will call me. Now my call we do these things together. Obia challenger oba now so Obi wote ha, you'll be surprised a day. Obia they are important. Here misika they are way, here misika they are way. Obia they are important. Now so sikani ni hono, ni ashe ni eno kakran. When we show you, you see that this year, last year, this year, budget implementation has improved significantly because of Dr. Forson's belief in budget credibility. So what we say we will do, what we make provision for in the budget, let us fund it so that it happens. But things that are not in the budget there, everybody by now should get used to that. Impossible. So we will funding in the budget. Yes, we will build areas. Yesika say na the who's on solo everybody now so. You have a haircut, we have a strategy. These are things we don't want to take Ghanaians through again. And let us all work together. Now you manage Ghana economy. Economy.
Yes, that's honorable. Yeah, that's Thomas Nyakwampem, Deputy Minister of Finance, or a member of Parliament, Esujaman constituency in the Eastern region. Yentie Wemraya Bar, the member of Parliament for Efia constituency, or a lawyer ni Mapa, and Osei a MP. Wabekansa wo studio hadada. Samson Yeshe Nim says CEO of the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program. Ononso ye lawyer ni ba beka ye hu studio ha na ye din komo mientie we sema mienu ye ba sisi amontwen ye.
Asempa from UCF and day. Last year, massive. A feed ye 30th May 2026. He have found a buyer there. And my buyer there. Next UEFA Champions League. A buyer Arsenal. And now Paris Saint-Germain. She gets to be a woman in Shantra match in Mumbo Giant Screen so with Havana Tema Community 9. Asempa from UCF and day. Ayaja Obanis on some concro. On open 9K. Yedia Gudia Hodronia Tedia Pines Asia. 5-a-side football competition. Penalty shooter challenge. A man named the bottle challenge. Fun quiz. Sack race. I tell you a bit dear coffee to me. After your telling me 4 p.m. at the grand finale. Arsenal versus PSG. Yes, sure, Giants Chris on live commentary. Yes, what to my family and better. Twine winning. That's a match in the Bonaria. Yet you must form a preparation. Nasa Sabonin Kumasasi. Solo cool. It's a date in this 30th May. Our Tia Vana Tema Community 9. Asempa from UCL Fund Day free. It's my issue. We just say a powered bar to my fam. And Yatum TV. Open to the movie. First 0242-376-445. Mekuasias Nasco Soccer Bet The Digital Kiss Condom Havana Park and Restaurant DSTV Jaga 4 Test Laughing Mouthwash Aqua Dot Mineral Water LPG Asempa from UCL Fund Day Malaysia Bread and Mantia Chili Power 50 week 1 Ebesi Sabri Nanso ya Aya Brody Anya Mankay Mantemuni Mumiensa and I qualify for the grand finale Ayada Asempa from Community Sports Quiz Kaswa Malam Ania New Town Why Nancy Ultimate Prize and not Saturday 23rd May 2026 Empire Ebeja Where yes out is sports one Instrument Sports Asempa from Community Sports Quiz grand finale Basso 23rd May 10 a.m. live Asempa FM Ania Don't TV so Saya Kaswa Malam Ania New Town Simuye Yeni Behu Challenge Asempa FM Community Sports Quiz Mafredi Esia Konkon Aye Center Stank Aye Strong Aye Tough White Temple Agencies Choose quality Choose White Temple The Game Energy Drink Feel the Energy Lock and Misha Nasida Ye in kind Kojak Toku and on the original First Company Limited
Sami sorry no pa. Kel chako toothpaste na me twitwi me se. E ma me confidence. The money nyina.
Se wusia ama na me sifit guso na me sre a. Eya nwanwa hu. Me de Kel chako toothpaste ene twitwi me se. Obo ade ni pa e wo bidie mu no. Ene e dia ye Kel chako toothpaste. E boy se ho bai e free mowa e boy se mu tokro. E se ahye ene enumunka. Sure se amani Kel chako toothpaste so ni. Yeti center for.
Me dia magical chako toothpaste at tubu. Me use na no pa. Ya na dwa me kodano. E ma me siye fita. Confidence level kwaso. Enti bi na ma. Na me sita tutu ni na guso.
Enka ne no ani ama me nim di bidie twitwi yense no. Asaya bebie mu o. Bidie wo Kel chako toothpaste mu no. MSC fita. E ma na hoden. Ne sayi nka bia. Mo wonu me ye ram. Enu nti mo amonom coffee, wine, any tobacco e kamo seso no. Abama mo Kel chako toothpaste. Sankofa yenchi.
Kel, happy smile.
FDA aje ejodi nka to ya tomo.
Africa Printy,
Di pepper perko. Na di pepper. Enti sa wo to makala e woduane a. Na wato Africa Queen macro. Na we chawe no mu keke. Na mpakwa.
Ayampo, say a quantum ye can do him, na one kubia, na yells at him, and Oma Bebre, na Ghana edition, nemu won conformance, the Otia when you beji, and it your rubber.
So cry you, yes, slow at all a year 20 inches. 3 days, yet, wait a grow.
we ayekro
NNT ti abrochen komo akwaku amankwa akontaju edi bro wa Asempa 94.7 FM so
idru me nda na se nwa no mu amanone ye omosia kakra ye omosu ahunu ye nsu yatie ye nyina etrasia ni aka bom
Memory da bia e bonosia e pem se ya ekosi na watwe twendwere ye ho e wo abrochi se de yakohu ene de abedru fie de yehu ni ehwe de ye ne de aba de enye no eni kwa se ye
ze na je se abrochi nkomo na dimu tintim pa
ye bere no ma hodo a e won krofo aman so a ye betimi de abo Ghana amna fa ne to ma pefra o manyi buntu na ha bot sign passport won sensem ni nyina ye de bro e wo abrochi nkomo dwumade yi mu ye besa so mo akwanya no wa kire wadwen
Robert David Nicholas free Germany. Kobe. Yeah, Amsterdam. Concept was for about Jeffrey woman and then woman Asempa no dey no mu tifi no mu kura na so program no mu aso project no mama.
Shenison say me me de bia 6 p.m. Boganie abrochi nkomo ni
Achedie kesie o. Electroland Ghana Limited die. Ye mamo achedie kesie for our loyal customers o. Because your loyalty deserves more. Ye mamo achedie kesie pa. Big rewards for you and me from Accra to Tamale all over Ghana. Electroland die #1. Just buy your favorite Samsung, TCL, Media and Nasco Electronics from any Electroland showroom or authorized reseller store nationwide. Dial *98*8888# or go to register.electrolandraffles.com and enter our weekly and monthly draws and stand a chance to win big. From TVs, ACs, fridges, gas cookers, washing machines, sound towers, mobile phones and more rewards just for you. Approved by MLA Caritas Platform. Electroland Ghana Limited. Rewarding your loyalty the big way. Terms and conditions apply.
You need a trusty friend on whom you can depend when things start crashing down. You need a trusty friend on whom you can depend when things start crashing down. Insurance, your trustworthy friend. Insurance, your trustworthy friend.
Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner.
Asempa from UCF and day. Not last year, you're massive. I feed you, 30th May 2026. He have on a buyer there. And my buyer there. Next year, UEFA Champions League. A buyer Arsenal. And now Paris Saint-Germain. So just to be a woman in Champion match. And more James Green so what he have on at my community 9. Asempa from UCF and day. Ayaja Obani so some concro. And upon 9K. Yeah, good Yahodoni at Teddy Pines. 5-a-side football competition. Penalty shooter challenge. A man named Save the Bottle Challenge. Fun quiz. Sack race. I tell you a bit dear coffee to this. After your telling me 4 p.m. At the grand finale. Arsenal versus PSG. Yes, sure. Giants Chris on. Live commentary. Yes, what to my family and FM. Twine winning. That's a match in the Panary. Yati Mafoba preparation. Nasa Sabonin Kumasasi. Solo cool. It is a date in this. 30th May. Our Tia Vanna Tema Community 9. Asempa from UCL Fund Day free. It's my issue. Here we just see a powered by to my fam and Yatung TV. Open to the movie. Press 0242-376-445. Mekuasias Nasco. Soccer Bet. The Digital Case Condom. Havana Park and Restaurant. DSTV. Jaga 4 Bites. Laughing Mouthwash. Aqua Dot Mineral Water. LPG. Asempa from UCL Fund Day. Malaysia.
Want more of the world's best entertainment? Well, DSTV's got you. We got hits, we got scores, we got action, we got roars, we got drama, we got fun, we got more for everyone. We got you. So come on, get connected. There's an upgrade on us just for you.
My specialty.
More channels, more shows, more joy for you and the fam every day. DSTV, we got you all the way.
Syntax Tango! Syntax, strong. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Syntax, strong. Oh, gonna shout and sing the song. When the sun they hot, Syntax no break when the rain they fall. Still no shake. Builders they choose and plumbers they prove. Any project you they start. Syntax City Week 1. Ebesi Sabri. Nanso ya woya. Aya brother. Anya mankai. Mantem ni mumiensa. And I qualify for the grand finale. Aya da Asempa FM Community Sports Quiz. Kaswa Malam. Any Accra New Town. Why not ultimate prize and not Saturday 23rd May 2026. Empire Ebeja. Where yes, out is sports one. Instrument sports. Asempa FM Community Sports Quiz grand finale. Basso 23rd May 10 a.m. live. Asempa FM. Any Adon TV so. Say Kaswa Malam. And Accra New Town. Simiri yeni behu chale. Asempa FM Community Sports Quiz. Mafweli esia konkon. Aye center stank. Aye strong. Aye tough. White Temple Agencies. Choose quality. Choose White Temple. The game energy drink. Feel the energy. Rock and mixture. Nasuda ye in kind. Kojak Poku. And on the original. Fashion Company Limited.
Hello, lady in the water tree. I may hear what's on the salmon for what you just said.
Ma hi, if I'm Pamela, Mr. Mami mobile app details na yemfanta won't me bio.
And I'm a Crawford was to say me free fee.
Hello, customer experience. You're blocking my account, Mr. Mami pin number na me unblock you.
Even they are hope pray to me feed you.
Mr. Click the link what text message I send one say Sierra. Na ya upgrade won ko yan ATM services for front so.
Na wona me ne ji won ho pa ne wona wo click kan ne ansa na wo dwene ho. Can't no cray, like play. Won't grow between me to science and FDM. But who buy? I say EcoBank ain't free, and I ain't sending email, and I messaging Miss our PIN, OTP, bank card, and I Ghana card was SEMDA. My winning now, EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
1xBet. A good deal is so. Make a game on promo on your website 1xBet.com.gh and an app na so. You find the iPhone 16 is sika kopim $5,500 series. Mo promo code GameOnGH. 1xBet. Agrono help koso. Yene wane diagrono. Gamle hoye true. Inti chwene wa she yemu. Enye ma wana won dim fie dun watwe. Gaming Commission of Ghana. Agent Kratoya tu. Asempa from UCF and day. Last year massive. A feed ye 30th May 2026. He have found a buyer there. Tema buyer there. Next year for UEFA Champions League. A buyer us now. And now Paris Saint-Germain. So just be a woman in Shansha match in Mbomu just screen so with the Havana Tema Community 9. Asempa from UCF and day. Afi. Ayaja Obani so son concro. And upon 9K. Yendia good ya hold on ya Teddy Pines Asia. 5-a-side football competition. Penalty shootout challenge. A man mema. From the bottle challenge. Fun quiz. Sack race. I tell you a bit dear if you want to be after your telling me 4 p.m. at the grand finale. Arsenal versus PSG. Yes, sure, Giants Chris on live commentary. Yes, what to my family and FM. Twine winning. That's a match in the Panaria. Yet you must form a preparation. Nasa Sabonin Kumasasi. Solo cool. It is a date in this 30th May. Our dear Havana Tema Community 9. Asempa FM UCF Fund Day free. It's my issue. Yeah, no, just say a powered bar to my fam. And you don't TV. Open to the movie. Press 0242-376-445. Mekuasias Nasco, Soccer Bet, the Digital Case Condom, the Havana Park and Restaurant, DSTV, Jaga 4B Test, Laughing Mouthwash, Aqua Dot Mineral Water, LPG, Asempa from UCL Fun Day. Malaysia.
Listen up, Ghana. This month of love, Max by Ghana isn't just showing love, we are giving it away. Savals Dewi, you watch it buy any ITEL TV and walk away with a free Yam phone. Grab Techno Common 40 and Infinix Hot 50 and enjoy a massive 150 cedis discount on each purchase. Auto Techno Common 40 and if for 49 cedis, Ekaho, the latest Techno smartwatch W03, better refrigerator, now for 400 cedis per Ekaho, Ninya powerful 2000 watt Benaton stabilizer. Obi Bioba beto adibia, you will free chocolate for home. Come Max Buy showroom be a my baby. Max Buy, let's share the love. Free, it was 054-401-9552.
Na Chrebi Power City Week 1. Ebesi Sabri. Nanso ya woya. Aya brother. Anya mankai. Mantem ni mumiensa. And I qualify for the grand finale. Aya da Asempa FM Community Sports Quiz. Kaswa Malam. Any Accra New Town. Why not ultimate prize and not Saturday 23rd May 2026. Empire Ebeja. Where yes, out is sports one. Instrument is sports. Asempa FM Community Community Sports Quiz Grand Finale. Basso 23rd May, 10 a.m. Live. Asempa FM. And you don't TV so. Say Kaswa, Malam, and Accra New Town. Sinyeri Yenibe Challenge. Asempa FM Community Sports Quiz. Mafredi Esia Konkon. Aye center stack. Aye strong. Aye tough. White Temple Agencies. Choose quality. Choose White Temple. The game energy drink. Fuel the energy. Lock and mixture. Nasuda in kind. Kojak Proku. And on the original. Fashion Company Limited. Asempa from UCF and Dende. Not last year, you're massive. I feed you, Jai. 30th May 2026. He have on a buyer there. And my buyer there. Next year, for UEFA Champions League. A buyer Arsenal. And now Paris Saint-Germain. She just be a woman in Shansha match in Mumwa John Screen so with Havana Tama Community 9. Asempa from UCF and Day. Afi. Ayaja. Obani so some concro. And open 9K. Yeah, good Yahodroni at 10 year P.S. 5-a-side football competition. Penalty shooter challenge. A man named the bottle challenge. Fun quiz. Sack race. I tell you a bit dear coffee to me. After your telling me 4 p.m. I had the grand finale. Arsenal versus PSG. Yes, sure. Giants Chris on live commentary. Yes, what to my family and better. Twine winning. That's a match in the Bonaria. You have the most over preparation. Nasa Sabonin Kumasasi. Solo cool. It is a date in this 30th May. Our Tia Havana Tema Community 9. Asempa from UCL Fund Day free. It's my issue. You here no just say powered by Tum FM and Yatum TV. Open to the Mubia. Press 0242-376-445. Mekuasias Nasco. Soccer Bet. The Digital Kiss Condom. Tia Havana Park and Restaurant. DSCV. Jaga 4 Bites. Laughing Mouthwash. Aqua Dot Mineral Water. LPG. Asempa from UCL Fund Day. Malaysia.
Over 1900 matches brought us to the football finals month. But history doesn't care about the journey. It only remembers how it ends. The Premier League, Betway Premier, UEFA Champions League, Serie A, La Liga and more. 8 trophies, 1 month of mayhem to decide them all. Stay connected and watch GoTV to catch the football season finale this May. It's on.
African green tea,
Deep pepper purple. Deep purple. It is a water mackerel. I would Giannia. I want to African queen mackerel. I would tell you, Keke. No, Pokwa.
Sasabo. Sasso, sasso, come tonton preco. Sasso, sasso, come tonton preco. Ogana coming in the session. Yeah, I can see all in malaria. Me phone and it's a so spray. Every mosquito started run away. Tonton preco, sasso, sasso, isso come tonton preco. Come tonton preco, sasso, come tonton preco. Na ni sham ne die edem stronko.
This advert is FDA approved.
Hello, lady in the Wagadri. Na me was at Sama for what you just said.
My hi, hey friend me Pamela. Mr. Mami mobile app details na yen fan count to me bio.
And I'm a Crawford was to say me free.
Hello, customer experience. You're blocking my account, Mr. Mami pin number na me unblocking.
They hope I pray to me feed you.
Mr. Click the link what text message I sending one of the Sierra. Na ya upgrade one ko ya ATM services for front so.
Na wona me ne ji won ho pa ne wona wo click it kan ne ansa na wo modwene ho. Kano kre like play won crow bit me ato science and fidi mu bo hu ban kai say Ecobank in free and I send wo email and I message in me sao pin OTP bank card and I Ghana card wa semda ma winning now Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Achedie kesie o. Electoral Ghana Limited ye. Ye mamu achedie kesie for our loyal customers o. Because your loyalty deserves more. Ye mamu achedie kesie pa. Big rewards for you and me from Accra to Tamale all over Ghana. Electoral ye #1. Just buy your favorite Samsung, TCL, Media and NASCO Electronics from any Electoral showroom or authorized reseller store nationwide. Dial *928*8888# or go to register.ghana.gov.gh www.electrolandraffles.com and enter our weekly and monthly draws and stand a chance to win big. From TVs, ACs, fridges, gas cookers, washing machines, sound towers, mobile phones, and more rewards just for you. Approved by MLA Caritas Platform. Electroland Ghana Limited. Rewarding your loyalty the big way. Terms and conditions apply.
Asempa from UCF and Not last year, you're massive. I feed you, 30th May 2026. He have found a buyer there. And my buyer there. Next year, feel you for Champions League. A buyer us now. And now Paris Saint-Germain. She just be a woman in Shansha match in the moment with James Chris up with Havana Tama Community 9. Asempa from UCF and Afi. Ayaja. Obanis was on Concro. And upon 9K. Yeah, good Yahodoni at Teddy Pines. Five-a-side football competition. Penalty shooter challenge. A man named Flip the Bottle Challenge. Fun quiz. Sack race. I tell you a bit dear if you want to miss after your telling me 4 p.m. at the grand finale. Arsenal versus PSG. Yes, sure, Giants Chris on live commentary. Yes, what to my family and Petem. Swine winning. That's a match in the Panary. You have to must for the preparation. Nasa Sabonin Kumasasi. Solo cool. It's a date in this 30th May. Our Tia Vanna Tema Community 9. Asempa from UCL Fund Day free. It's my issue. We just say a powered bar to my fam. And you don't TV. Open to the movie. Press 0242-376-445. Mekuasias Nasco. Soccer Bet. The Digital Case Condom. Havana Park and Restaurant. DSTV. Jaga 4 Bites. Laughing Mouthwash. Aqua Dot Mineral Water. LPG. Asempa from UCL Fund Day. Malaysia. Oribo.
Asempa FM Asempa FM Obiba December
Bonsu our Asempa de brane mama Obi
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM Ekosiise Ndwumedie no wasuguso a otie no ma ye na munyina se matwen ye yama yakọ aba the honorable Boamanya Akon Esquire e studio hawe MPF ya constituency Eric J Esquire CEO NEIP impenfo mienu ne won ABD enkomo yemre no echo we have an hour more to go say the discussion segment no ebebremo it's proudly sponsored by Max Buy and Sasso Spray. Now answer unim say the 6th annual Minister of the Year Awards Basso den. Leadership is not just a title, leadership is service to the people. In June, Ghana would honor and celebrate ministers of state. Now the responsibility of governance Omashe Ayana Kroje with integrity, with excellence and dedication to the people of Ghana. Minister Ben Yebe Pauno as the Minister of the Year, which is the best performing minister award. Who will be crowned the best performing minister? Will it be Honorable Eric Opoku, Minister of Food and Agric? Honorable Dr. Kesel Atoforsen, Minister of Finance? Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Minister of Education? Honorable Samuel Okujetwa Blakwa, Minister of Foreign Affairs? Honorable Elizabeth Ofosua Jare, Minister of Trade and Industry and Agribusiness? And Honorable Emmanuel Amakufibua, Minister of Land and Natural Resources. Other categories are rewarding for honor: Best Deputy Minister of the Year, Best Innovation Minister, Best Female Minister, Best Male Minister, Best Regional Minister, Best Young Minister, Best Metropolitan Chief Executive, Best Performing Government Ministry. 6th June 2026 in award ceremony Basso La Palm Royal Beach Convention Center in a Jumedie Ebetuja. Opeso reserve table affair 0243 3327 0243 332726. The Ghana Minister of the Year Award, rewarding the best-serving Minister of State in Ghana. This event is powered by Big Event Ghana. And Minister of the Year, no why ena ewini nominees ni bi na me de wondi etu dwa no enye easy. It's quite a very competitive category. Enti mama yenhwe hawa no bebekọ June 6th. We'll see how things would go. Siblings Roofing Sheeting, so a sheet Siblings Roofing Company at the ABBA. They deal in alu zinc and aluminium product, self-lock, IBR, IDT, roofing accessories, bebre, omoya caps, valley gutters, rain gutters, side trims, and special caves. Omo Potton Junction on the Kaswa Winneba Road, Fre 0537 794409. Now on a Siblings Roofing Company intimi eninkomo na omunhwe emuao. And the Encha World Cup eba Electroland Ghana Limited say ye chairman for the way a weekly and monthly rewards. Boom boom. The hands of the boy are straight beyond watonioma to AC, to double door fridges, to auto grill gas cookers, to washing machines, sound towers, blenders, microwaves. Unya twa. Once a Samsung, TCL, Media, NASCO, Obadiale, star 928 star 8888 hash, star 928 star 8888 hash. And also call register.electrolandraffles.com. Now enter a weekly and monthly draw simu ebi. NLA Ajiatum, Electroland Ghana Limited, rewarding your patronage the big way. Honorable Bamanya kwa abapomtenen.
Obi. Mejodo, Audumara, Okoya, Okoyi. Obi na wala komedi. Komedi allotment, hey, Rade Yakopo. It is says they did acquire allotment. The allotment that's it.
Allotment.
Oh, it's happy my community there. Bibi acquire allotment. The allotment that's it.
Sika we chadamo.
Sika we chamo. And I say the Circle Sports Ministry. So one more first quarter allotment.
Yes.
Man, I will pen on.
Neda.
Uskasa na actual for second allotment. It is a quite all African games.
Yes.
Athletic games.
Yes.
Will be only athletic games. Budget the whole. Now budget now also allotment na we release another.
No, also allotment for them quarter. Say your second quarter. What I'm a minister, what I am, what the bay. For this game, no, what the third quarter alone, what front load, what the man on this quarter.
Now, no new data yet the bay athletics games now. My finance ministry, no. Also, the Ghana, ya kwa ye bidding. Na ye na ye the foreigners are who na dina ba Ghana.
Yes.
Na ye what the budget of the games. Now finance sports ministry will submit one budget over time. Yes. Cabinet na wajatu. Until we went to one ring fence sika exclusively for the purposes of the games.
Yes.
Embarrassment in Ghana Union or a global embarrassment. If when I listened, them South African athletes
on the good in but someone say
a mona kukono say a chicken na fish what's one mawu
no either if a chicken one and if a fish that's all they want to one cholesterol won't marry nam
also did you know ya what did not go to America
more attack xenophobic can very akukono
the yenye xenophobic akukono if you now enwe mono the way muna stew na beka dem na wo refugee campaign goodness me
guy not saying from what may be in
oh please
xenophobic and somebody about attack or you feel somebody attack
Obi in fact there oya say film cry mo brodo no we can't bring Ghana to this low Obi ya brand ya chichire I have personally not visited Boteman.
Okay.
Menko order. Fida we see. But energy committee. Now you visit them cylinder power enclaves. So there was a breakdown of traffic or Temamotuwi. It's not said that yes son ye nature no kofa village you say him for trasa ku nature ho. And I yet de kofa ho no che me de Botema onyi all the way to the stadium. In fact, Legon Stadium nempo a wodi ye games na supo wo wie nempo no. Wo si mu call one or two but wo ko en mu call order. But if you look at Ekwana, even in economy na yes nimu aye den ma na do da kwa akufo ado no. Na ehwe infrastructure na yesisi ho. Now all African games, how many disciplines? 37 disciplines. Ehwe the way a Ghana or market ne ho. The way and for sports in the share so when we were competing for this particular athletics, it was a whole lot of endorsements. All African games, it's athletics one don't know koko nini research nina research amuna angwana akukọ kuro na face kuria.
No, your first 2 days and subsequently
my minister Nikena. No bro for kina a preliminary one. Mamincha Mamudika Babincha if you have for primaries, no police stations peace and love peace and love and continue. My member one waiting. In fact, we had almost about 90% of the old executives being retained.
Oh, okay.
In one now will lose what call contest and cast of Caribbean Okoya will lose. Titi now one way to Kwana, I want to more engagement of it. If it has been very peaceful. Mincha incoming president Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. Now I know could do the Ghana for friend warfare Dr. Baumia. Now Baumia wo hiyo Baumia brabeji yo Baumia. Eti Mamincha Dr. Baumia, the flag bearer, the incoming president 2028. Nyambe ya tomwa. Obi se nyame sobe sha na Ghana for se de wo wujidi wo mu no de be mo Ghana for na ohye woni nsem. Na ehwe na ho bra sini nimdi Ghana Funa man saying was there he's been the best vice president ever since 1993. Yeba fa constitutional rule. Now in the main with a list of best ministers. Now ministers in one na abejuba no why minister or best minister.
Or organization mean or you.
Oh, one suspend
big event.
Oh, one suspend. Even there we have ritual programs. Any your program was said is serious. 2025 2026 aba ministry no enyi sky ejuma eba best minister ejuma bia akod minister sin na worusu allotment brofu ya aba release bia ankodo hey when we visited eba finance committee
no, but to be fair that could tell releases hawaii also every ministry every sector why releases hammer one
go say adene de what's wo be mobi na man what the more no hwese botume da yedwuma when we visited these ministries and the agencies and that them brofo na our friend commitment authorization you onu no ogu edwuma ni na organa no
bonu so na wa abo sikasem
oyekasa jo oyekasa system ne there SPD e make sure the answer na obia obey edwuma no osedo the commitment authorization but just to confirm that it is in the budget. Budget one don't prepare. On your ministries in finance one area. It is like ordinarily. Me will miss cow. Some of the agencies one will cow. Ghana Cylinder Manufacture one will cow. And SD will use one bra for commitment authorization. Now some made the letter by why they owe 2 months that and letter. Last year, gaming friend and NLE the whole year. One authorization and what the request for the queen. I went to Mini Eric J. Not I mean, ministry be on what been a man. Any IPM no okay. On Pome a message. What they call the committee authorization. What you make deny and cabina or Moko you see can farm. Enti Obi, Miss the way our economy no manage. Also paper economy and also pocket economy
yes
and also releases are what the juma release them call catch up him da kun me say release allotment
before him Okay, impo there. Seshe a wofan education ministry. One goods and services anquity over 4 billion Ghana cedis. Other staff
okacho there okade we education 4 billion.
Yes.
In a ekache the budget is 33 billion. Also there 33 billion staff commitment. Last year 2025.
Yes.
Total goods and services ordinary education was less than 30%. What is he talking about? This year on cancer me the goods and services we are going to have year on percentage of goods and services release awaba. Sikane nko why and obu ne tot ministry see na onkoye obi adwuma bibia nkodo country is not going well. About what are they in a different world? One job bro for na one ka wo me serious because there's nothing happening in this country. There's nothing happening. There's no release. There's no money. The ministries are dormant. They are collapsing. It was onima. It's a bisa no say allotment. And I had one allotment time on my pen. How much of their budgets have they released? I was interested in him, Orebano, and Opa Ochina. Call him. I said or obey data. Bisande ministry budget, and you see last year 2025 the same thing I came. Yaba parliament, yaba more budget, ya approve budget, What in the ministry sikane by release? All kada it goes alongside with revenue. Yes. Go and check GRA revenue. Go check what's the we meet one revenue target for first quarter. Go and check. So why is he behaving as if the revenue is not coming? Go and check Ghana Revenue Authority. What's the first quarter we meet one revenue target? So where is the money? Why are they not giving money to the sector ministries? Why is the economy collapsing? Why are people not feeling it? Look at the youth unemployment situation in Ghana. One country
but he's told you about the new thing the president has sanctioned for them to do. 1.6 billion Ghana cedis every year for the private sector to engineer jobs. What's the next year now?
Obi yempe adanko dada adwe. Catch me there may release 100 billion
1.6 billion dollars. Private sector boost for jobs.
Them brofi onye sika
2027
as a youth development centered agency or said that what to work at there 1 year down the line now good people we train about 200,000 people and has gotten financial support for over 150,000 youth. Then you can tell me that you are targeting the youth and supporting them. The whole of last year I see you 10,000 now come and nipa 10,000 now I'm niska for nipa 2,500 youth in Ghana today when you have a youth unemployment of over 4 million. Are you serious as a country? What are you talking about? A boy one we will give brofo no only about brofo.
Na so me hu there the big push project are all called. So what for mebu na edwumem. One of your roads now roads hu ya.
Roads no. So obefe bi. Me ni obi na asem. Roads me say capacity building na obemo a predictable future for the youth. Building capacity, putting them in gainful employment, supporting them to be independent. The whole of last year, 10,000 now, 8 training. I'm on Sikampo for even 5,000. And that is the agency you should actually be training over 100,000 to 200,000 people. Then you know that you are bringing down unemployment of the youth strategically with data by maybe 5% every year. It's every name that 20% out of 4 million people have been trained. What is 10,000 to 4 million people? Now, sorry, bro, Isika onko misplaced priorities. And yes, big push is going on. I cannot dispute that fact. But how many people are they telling us that it's employing? It's why then what happens next? What goes into the livelihood of Ghanaian youth are you developing a train? It will be, please, one can share atona ninia ampim. Oh, men would say, I want to na dosu. Nekasa no ombeyi. Ampim pani. Ye, nipa chano ayemre. Ampim pana no atina honu mo obubo eyi figures and eyi na oni budget mo ayem farmer. Ampim pani. Debbie Obi, Missel. Echo out, yes, economy no, why is stable, yeah? Another macroeconomic indices, inflation, 3 cities. Go to the market and check the cost of living for Ghanaians. Things are not coming down. Things are going up by the day. Fuel was 17. What about 12? Iran war. Says here and 15. There's a global challenge. Price in all Kodu, we are synchrophone in Zama no Bukwa no Koso. Dokun were between 5 cities in the Dokunok 7 cities. Now, so I'm 3.5 inflation. Numbers no dorsal. Putting the macroeconomic numbers are too much. It should reflect in the lives of Ghanaians. The living reality is not good. The youth are unemployed. It is not good. Come to my constituency in the Western region. People are unemployed. They should tell us the number of opportunities will create. Ports in order on them. One man expand the ports and push even cargo to Western region. 2 years down the line, what has happened to it? The Western region is dead.
That's why Blue River Guards.
Blue Water Gas was a Blue Water Gas.
Blue Water Guards, sure. Where? This is why a new training for the next batch.
One Kwejuma, NTR. Blue Water Gas, one Kwejuma. Job for the boys, one Kwejuma. Ekwamu constituency. Eken Iron, Yeni Galamsi. Where Obi, if you are Yeni Galamsi. Yeni Galamsi be a sober. So Blue Water Gas are what if you are assembly 1 year Jumas with your uncle.
What assembly?
What assembly? What sort of power gets now? Blue Water Gas. 1 year one Galamsi site. One Galamsi site. What if you know your uncle? What kind of country is this? What kind of country is this? And Galamse ye tate se ne suna se na zamari se na bibia ye pisu na ebeza na beka chem de kwa minister for best minister aba ministry na why you juma kwa best minister catch a company in the miss won trim 2026 there is no better anything happening in Ghana so why award any ministry or any person best minister for where abejuma no kodo.
Okay, honorable medase Eric J
preliminary routine because except sika assembly don ko yi kura
Martin Obi Eric J releases in Komoi as a agency
Obi na pomo
nyame adome ho ye pa
honorable so ho ye
enkoyi
Obi we dey mechia Ekosiisen etiefo yina
omojiro so
yeah mo party internal elections no so ekoso
nyame adom
baby be mo pa
yeah because no video be me hu yesi na menim say xenophobic attack ni bia ya papa nkofo tiri hu
na we hifa
say oboase wo baby ya papa nkofo tiri na bo mo bandage me hu am say we dey black anya ntema nkofo mo be kun ya nkofo you know until later na mu say
Ghana
MPP polling station elections
no then we condemn that
mo cassette ya xenophobic mo ntimi practice wo fie mo nyai cause you nipa ba ko on say na so san ya Christopher
san e ko so
da meka kremra na bi mo koye mo nyina ekobọ mpa ya ma na mo te papa nkofoti enye mo je hwigo de enye adepa mo pesa
mo fanya disua mo de eba
mo pesa Obi
yeah
mo fanya disua mo de eba say wo ri afo sa do ahwo de
Obi kroma de enzemo ha o na wona say no ye interview na questions na say wo de bi fria na wo de bi fria say no tresen
interview ben Miami the questions
say can we say or see releases in call how see Blue Water Guard so see Democrat Guard assembly in there what them same member kroma but the kind mamenda me honorable sector minister deputy for
finance ampem da
another good person me no know that relationship on say o share abakose mu a baby am free no me krom suma henkro yenchi ene ye kwam baby a omo no wo
kwamu na mo migrate free
nti se o hwe e di afahye bia na nakwafa kotomu obeba no we krom last I think last afahye di obedi by 3 days
okay
one agima bedu do mama he omo nyina ye nipa baako ti me chia me nua pani no Obi me nua kasa o kankra na no ho ye me wonwa se be more pass comments releases no omunya ne said no omo hwehwa I don't even expect him so no it was all can be because momo dey see e kan mo releases mo te the word release na ka dey for allotment no cry wa dey now san can release account say allotment Obi usika na e wo ho no ene ye ma obi mrebi ana meboa enti se mre we nso so a allocation na was ye de ma on ye de be den ye de be ma sa na mamu atie And with the issue of commitment authorization, now kind of fine. In a way, it will make a case because and kratasem say could do in some because the can call ministry if ministry call finance process a better months say be could do minister ni na bit me delay in your say the okano but the sanity so then aba system okay because all prepare document na kwa what the pressing needs na then edikai because when say within these 3 months these are the activities that maybe performing nti eno hu sika na wo ye den okwa akope na ye de amount nti ono abo ni na ye nhihye a ye de ma prudent management of the economy na ye den akoso me ne o ka say releases asema ye kan obi in the history of our country and also the enfam fie nwotwe mu bedi aben say o first time na o second time
first time
okay o former DC or
only as you know was
one number
honorable Kojako
one number farmer obi na o de me time na aka no o di this is 8 years
6 years
good me time na aka no fa friend ye ni interview say 6 years no common fund say and ba na assembly fa na man
o say ye kura ye wo some be wo ti bi same
me ba okay here no
open 6 years o
yeah no
nya be 8 million.
You see, almost say, until America say, oh no, we need the local say, oh, debate you crowd be.
I didn't.
Only say, Quenya no, baby.
I didn't.
Because if you are bemu na no other, you know that here. Na no other moko internal elections. Ye betina studio ha. Emma wono mo na mo alaje ba omi akampo say. Na to sika ho no mo fail omo lose election. No na ye common fund administrator.
Yes.
Common fund na on fan ko form or the tokutokuru ne volunteer boot ni akate adro won kran na wache. Okay. And then say nipa ye tie can releases asem. Na to shin so be kasa kan say e ba wo mi amo na na mo releases na ma one ken ofori ata meboa. Nti ene such characters we me ba kan wano tum wo do ye mi no penny. And such characters we be try accuse ato force say onye releases emfa ma na wo de won ho na wan fa ma.
Hey, na sabe
common fund was here the ma yem fa ma
or the car or the car
no penso under president Kufuor be 3 quarters mi kam ni entua o ka se ni
na ada no pay na say
you see very good and na make sure say we are managing the economy prudently and on the cost no obi me no ka say 24-hour market cry start and say start here o come assembly na almost 8 million Ghana cedi na dawo o just say nti release na nko no o ha ne hine free ba
o de 30 seconds
me ba obi me officer me wo o ka say me ba office tension be ba say me yin kofo edu kai I came to this very studio and I'm a catcher was appointment no mo ye na te say the honorable twam no wachi okwan ho se brama fu
Asempa FM
and I me no ka say finance ministry am clearance me office nko ya fa nipa 124 o betra ka say any releases na no ade jumere ya obepe bia ka say yemu na was ye training confon. Yes, you are right. The president promised and say ye training nipa 10,000 na ye supporting nipa 2,000 obi ye training nipa 10,887 me no ka say nipa over 3,700 and ye more grants
30%.
So we've done even more than the expectation of the president. Releases a man ke betimi ai
30%.
Meba. Me see releases a ma nke betimi ai 30% ni fi here ba
3,000 from 4 million.
Enti mesrel
we ejuma.
That man from 4 million.
Unemployed youth 4 million. Or could train 10,000.
Na mo ko muja unemployed mo ko muja isen
2.5.
Rande.
2.5 mo ba no 2.5 mo for 4 million.
Obi nti de meka cha omo ne se nkakra ye afamodie. Ye bae no so economy ni na nyema munye betesa. One say sika hudu obi kura na omunyinye free Ghana for hu nyina unim say yi bebre na fio obi kai o ka zo no abo mo wa konwa so na wo yare a covid yare na ekun oyire no ye san je ho tax and covid levy eni ho ahu enti say covid levy na yi free ho no to no wa ye content ye free mo anka fi de ya hwere ne de na munya kura still na mo mfa nkofo mo ka onye say debate no o mobile phone ye kuta mobile phone be 3 chip bia na ye ji levy ahu ene ye ba ye twem enti bi sa ho say e11 na mo ye dede say ye twa e11 a mo be ye Ghana akwan nyina na akwan na ahia na mo ye but still ye big push obi na me no ka say ukoya region na ni je wo bono region abro so because opa kwamboni ane okruma na rank regions a bono ye ni first and second ye beto so e na come regional district e betime di first e betime Brekum West kosi Asempa road e na ko hwe rango ye ne site nti so also releases ma na nipa na etipetemu no ye na akwan ye ni nsuo chip compound ye si ama no now see releases ma o de tene kosi sen naka ye be share ofo. Don't do that.
Okay.
Ato adwuma oye just commend him because masa unu ye odi akonwa emfianso wiye ye wadwane kenoforiata ube ye finance minister okruma hwe sika so wotena hasa edu ba bi kura wo hododo no yesi tena ncha wo se da bi meso man no wo ya to aba wiye ye wadwane nkontabu nti and you have the guts to sit here obi a oye o man papa say onye releases papa no dwane ye no ansa na okono ye public debt o jai sen me ba o jai sen obi refi mu fi abamu na another Ghana na public debt na da sen inflation mo ba 2016 17 mo be fa ne sen mo ko amutimi fa inflation di free somewhere 18 ekokodu 54% e ba reverse asen aba na chia no mo se mo yensem me ba ka wano tum o ti ase mo amoye ya esan ba form no mo ka kire Ghana for se imprezi mo na ade na mo de course ro no mo sign the aba form obi under your watch who se ni pera bank ajebesia no your default okay interest rate una ultimi jebesia wo menu penny wo se wo bo branch oba parliament how many times na ultimi ko bank is up besia for interest rate and the range ko bank na ko busa se mo pen so emfie nwotwe no na ye buy almost 1 year 5 months or 6 months no etisemo de na ba muja worse so to the ordinary Ghanaian yenka say the Ghana for pay nyina ayaye da bi yenka say the Ghana for penny mrewi mu na we betia ye nyina sisi a amamu na yenka krankakra enti se ye bayi yenye bia Ghana for nim si yenye bi obi mekai was it 2022 baby as a full and liter no ko ya kokodu 20 something na ye ya ba
yeah 2022
masa
2022 2023
nothing straight of almost that time mo na mo to bury ya do to ana sesen eno cry etina mu okruma okay and the way they are talking now as if say they are the repository of knowledge mo see anymore who be conclude how Sambe can let Asem say he's the best vice president.
You can't take it away.
Then now the measure the best no.
You can't take it away.
If the fundamentals are weak, how could the fundamentals ni be cry
strong?
You see, and then you're vice president or the sanity about the president, Professor Jena no Pukwajima, on your economist. Yeah, debate before election. Most of your English lecturer into your economic management team, growing with your baby. And now by you can't see at economic management to President Mahama on your economist. More moko fast titles no the bag Ghana politics. The economy the year once amoko. Baby muja Ghana sigasem. Eka mo de so ayansa moko. So senior, keep mute. What about first 4 years? War constituency for no. Be say you see polling station here xenophobic na BNC. The dynamic say. Enti mo wani nkofom. Na ye omu adwuma say dru ho a ombesia ka wo. Obre na wa bre no. Na so obedi mo nkofo ye be di o man na wumfie nwotwe a wo one benefit na obey dida. Wo ahwe obetwa 110. Me ka kire.
Eric Ajay ma me na say Richard Kirk means 8 or regional communications officer Western Obi. Let the MP mention just one name of a water guard from a fear who doesn't go to work but sit at ECMA and take salary. Into way on a way direct AE to our
Mame cake obey a lot of good and koye check or ECMA. There blue water gas what's ECMA assembly on yende mbosom we twemu 2 3 4 months they be one oh me pay embarrassment baby I made you me a lawyer nyima pa me a honorable member membo misrim me fenka me fancy she it is a opeda me man on na make a chain and me pen embarrassed because one year check. Send nipa no honum no. Onye me fe dem me kwa beba betina studio ama bode asibe say that do betin one for blue water guard oti
onye djuma no discuss
exactly but oye matter of fact MC wo kronim ye wo mbebu no kronim ye wo ho na wo kokoto wo fa ho na wo tu okewa wo intika cheke de menu abenyin oye issue of say obeboa there so odwe not onko no nko release on for no nko site giving them that employment is not an issue, but staying at assembly without work is an issue. Now, I
just wanted you to respond to this one. New Crystal Hospital say Infanto Ghana for name say any omo comprehensive specialist services ewo medical mall tema and the Michelle Camp branches no okosa branches mienu ya yewo comprehensive specialist services ewo New Crystal Hospital me pachao oko medical mall opposite Kofor Lorry Station wa Shaimana ope obstetrics and gynecology, eye clinic, pediatrics, skin clinic, urology, general surgery, physician specialist, audiology, ENT, and dental ninyina ubenya sa services ni bi ewo ho omo schedules days of the week specialist eba into drew her they will let you know. For example, say eye clinic na Mondays to Saturdays or more, say skin clinic now Wednesdays, urology Mondays into drew branch wa all of these services you bet say day was over kama say Tema community Michelle Camp branch now, which is 100 meters from the Michelle Camp military gate. And no specialist services near obstetrics and gynecology every Wednesday. From 0544 347 239 0544 347 239 na only one enkasa na omunhwe entimi emwao. Syntax tank ya bon de raba open tank a wodi nsuo begumu a syntax tank ye kase strong tough ofre 0244 335 168 na tank bi a open no color bi a open ye be de amount World Cup nso enche travel and tour company omo de Ghana fo nyina ekọ World Cup AH Africom Travel and Tours AH Africom Travel and Tours. Almost Ghana supporters in Yina package no any round trip international flight, travel insurance, match ticket for all 3 Ghana games, comfortable shared accommodation and single occupancy for the VIPs, Yema visa assistance, guided sightseeing across all host cities, daily lunch and dinner, ground transportation to all match venues. It is a standard package in our power. $9,300 na wose wutua VIP package nso na opa $14,000 and wose wutua unyama yesikani wia everything will be seamless man all inclusive football experience fraying 0596 374 618 0596 374 618 Agostino Neto Street Airport Residential Area opposite the diplomatic shop eho ene office ewo me pacha kona oni yenkonko di juma AH Africom Travel and Tours ye the Ghana fo nyina Eco World Cup USA Canada Mexico. We are your trusted partner for unforgettable journeys. Eric J wa ha honorable Boamanya kon ewa ha moma yentie we tew ye ba ye the any other business so stay with us.
Asempa from UCF and day. Last year you're massive. A feed ye jai. 30th May 2026. He have found a buyer there. And my buyer there. Next year UEFA Champions League. A buyer us now. And now Paris Saint-Germain. She just be a woman in Shanghai match in Mbomu. Just screen so with Havana Tema Community 9. Asempa from UCF and day. Ayaja. Obani so some concro. On upon 9K. Yedia good ya hold on ya 10 year P. Nessa. 5-a-side football competition, penalty shootout challenge, man, save the bottle challenge, fun quiz, sack race, I tell you a bit dear coffee with me. After your telling me 4 p.m. at the grand finale, Arsenal versus PSG. Yes, sure, Giants Chris or no live commentary. Yes, what to my family, yes, and better. Twine winning. Yes, a match in the Panaria. Yes, you must form a preparation. Nasa Sabonin Kumasasi. Solo cool. It is a date in this 30th May. Our Tia Vana Tema Community Night. Asempa from UCL Fun Day free. It's my issue. Yeah, no, just say a powered bar to my fam. And Yatung TV. Open Chiremubia. Press 0242 376 445. Mekuasias. Nasco. Soccer Bet. The Digital Case Condom. Tia Vana Park and Restaurant. DSTV. Jaga 4 Bites. Laughing Mouthwash. Aqua Dot Mineral Water. LPG. Asempa from UCL Fun Day. Malaysia.
Imagine making or collecting all payments without leaving your chair. Sounds like magic, right? Nah, it's Stanbic Pay.
As the Chief Financial Director of SBA Holdings Limited, payments from clients flow like magic through Stanbic Pay.
From school fees to utilities, government and statutory payment to investment, insurance payment, Hajj payment, and more. Just log on to Stanbic Pay and you're set for life. No Stanbic account, no queues, no stress, no last-minute panic.
Cherish your time and live happier in safety and convenience.
Just visit stanbicbank.com.gh or call 030-340-9212 or 055-676-0683 to get started.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
AH Africom Travel and Tours is calling you for an unforgettable 2026 FIFA World Cup experience in Canada, USA, and Mexico. Come travel, share, and explore together in style. Package includes round-trip international flights, travel insurance, match tickets to all 3 Ghana games, comfortable shared accommodation, and single occupancy for the VIPs. Visa assistance, guided sightseeing across all host cities, daily breakfast and dinner. Ground transportation to all match venues. Standard package $9,300, VIP package $14,000. There is also a fly now, pay later package for corporate entities. Enjoy a seamless, all-inclusive football experience with fellow fans. No stress, just pure excitement. Contact AH Africom Travel and Tours on 059-6374-618 or 050-7344-211 or visit our office at GA-084-3114 Agostino Neto Street, Airport Residential Area opposite the Diplomatic Shop, Accra. Limited slots available. Book now to secure your place. AH Africom Travel and Tours, your trusted partner for unforgettable journeys.
When I wake up in the morning, I brush my teeth.
Oh, Fabia, now what you say? And who did you know?
Mom, Patros, I took personal dad buy no. Some edition messy, and no men no session, and I'm able to know me.
Wait, excuse. Abo Friday, what's sorry, no pa? And what's the what the tree will say? A son, where did you? Now, no, so Ediana Yanisre. What you say?
Yes, ma'am. Medical kids toothpaste now, or the buy and run, and they treat me soon.
Why are dear? Cal kids toothpaste, dear. Yeah, mamma, fat is someone maybe in fear me, no opium fiancia.
I am the dead, that's a strawberry. Now you see me dimple.
There be any toothpaste, and yet of a why? Yes, say the Cal kids toothpaste. The mamma fra with the infame you know, copy me fiancia, dear to tree one say. Every say, a boy a seer in one bottle crew, Anna Ashia, a pamumwa, a hase, ne mana what day mapa, me bomber they say, me the Cal kids toothpaste, the mammy made to tree one say, Abribia, Cal kids toothpaste, and mamma Francie to tree and need just
Kel, happy smile.
Africa Printy,
Deep pepper purple. Deep purple. And this is a water mackerel I would Giannia. Now what of Africa Queen mackerel? The wait so we do keke. No pokwa.
Say a bano electrical appliances baby bako pe ina obinya de papa na ne wolf Franco smart TVs every 32 Ekosiise 100 inches air conditioners washing machines blenders microwaves kettle cooking stoves your sounds with CCTV cameras any crystal clear never phones any accessories abi you know that Franco number 1 Bura Franco shop be benwo ne Ukwajo electrical appliances. Yatete small. First 0246-422-338 and 0555-939311 and now www.francotrading.com. Over to your App Store, any Play Store. No download Franco app. Franco. Still phone papa. Is here.
Na ede na ya obeya oda forma so ne yafunu emunumunim.
Oh, Miss Entry, also ya reya titi be benfie pi na so ne yemu nyono da. Se me show no ahodo amato a me hunu hwe a ebe ya nwanwa.
Ninyi ni se what also tamfo hexa capsules any hexa mixture yanum bom kutia also no bia ma no anom. Anka ne ho to no dadaada. Also dro de eno any hexa capsules any hexa mixture.
Ankom ni nchiremu.
Also yekura eto yefunu ene ensunumu. Etuma wo yefunu ekekawa wo gye ho a enyi. Also etumi ema wo ye cheko ebra wedidi awie. So how eye also there compare hexa capsules any hexa mixture nanum bom na ho ebeto.
Pedudu eto a ko okanshi drug lane Kumasi Dani Herbal Takradi AA Mensa Anafre 020-3822-855 Appeal about Tanya Wama on my friend for any more fra when you fear do me no enka ho. Haxa capsules and in a mixture.
All Satan for FDA as a dreading cratry atom.
1xbet. A good deal is so. Make a game on promo on your website 1xbet.com.gh and our app so. You're find the iPhone 16 is open $5,500 series. More promo code GameOnGH. 1xbet. I'm gonna help so. Anyone in Diagrono. Gambling when you're true into 21 Shayemo. And your mawana won't give you do what Gaming Commission of Ghana. Agent Kratoyatum.
Asempa from UCF and day. Not last year, you're massive. I feed you, 30th May 2026. He have found a buyer there. And my buyer there. Next year, for UEFA Champions League. A buyer Arsenal. And now Paris Saint-Germain. She just see a 1 million share match in the moment with James Chris or with Havana Tema Community 9. Asempa from UCF and day. I feed. I had your body so some concro. On open 9K. Yeah, good. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, 10 year penis. 5-a-side football competition. Penalty shootout challenge. A man named the bottle challenge. Fun quiz. Sack race. I tell you a bit dear if you want to miss after your telling me 4 p.m. I had the grand finale. Arsenal versus PSG. Yeah, sure. Giants Chris on live commentary. Yeah, so I do my family some better. Trying and winning. That's a match in the Panneria. Yeah, the most over blood pressure. Nasa Bonin Kumasasi. Solo cool. It's a date in this one. 30th May. Our Tia Vanna Tema Community 9. Asempa from UCF Fund Day free. It's my issue. Yeah, we just see a powered bar to FM and Yatum TV. Open to the movie. Press 0242-376-445. Mekuasias Nasco. Soccer Bet. The Digital Case Condom. Havana Park and Restaurant. DSTV. Jaga 4 Bites. Laughing Mouthwash. Aqua Dot Mineral Water. LPG. Asempa from UCF Fund Day. Malaysia.
Hello, lady in the water tree. I may was not some for what you say.
My hi, your friend me Pamela. Mr. Mami mobile app details na your phone count to me bio.
And I'm a Crawford was to say me free.
Hello, customer experience. You're blocking my account, Mr. Mami pin number and I'm blocking.
Mr. Click the link what text message I send you one say Sierra. Na ya upgrade one ko your ATM services for front or so.
Na wona manage one ho pa ne wana wa click it and answer no more dwene ho. Count no cray, like play. Won't grow between me to science and feed mu. Bon hubai. Kai say Ecobank in free and I send you email and I message in Miss our pin, OTP, bank card and I Ghana card was semda. Ma winning now, Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Achedie Kesie Electoral Ghana Limited ye mamo Achedie Kesie for our loyal customers because your loyalty deserves more ye mamo Achedie Kesie pa big rewards for you and me from Accra to Tamale all over Ghana. Electoland here #1. Just buy your favorite Samsung, 2CL, Media and NASCO electronics from any Electoland showroom or authorized reseller store nationwide. Dial *928*8888# or go to register.ghana.gov.gh www.electrolandraffles.com and enter our weekly and monthly draws and stand a chance to win big. From TVs, ACs, fridges, gas cookers, washing machines, sound towers, mobile phones, and more rewards just for you. Approved by MLA Caritas Platform. Electroland Ghana Limited. Rewarding your loyalty the big way. Terms and conditions apply.
Asempa FM Asempa FM Ekosiisen Asempa 94.7 Asunyineti
94.7 Asempa FM suni Ekosiisen dwumedie no asoguso awutie no ma yena munyina ase na yema makwa ababio emfa momra dwumedie so ona bobo amanya akon Esquire Sanso na Eric J Esquire e studio ha ene won AD enkomo ona bobo ama any other business simabe insia na yenko
you me da say odikan ma mententen nsem kura bien bia menua Eric J odi ho nkomo you see Ghana ya kuyi n'enyim pa na dem nkomo na adebia wosan wonechi na wo fi power abade na wo ye Ghana na Ghana wo kasa dem na wo befa Ghana na Ghana ye kwa abis wo befa Ghana at a time a Ghana na nzama ye Ghana economy non say you took an economy that was growing at 5.7%. Of course obiaji to me there na nzama mieten. Inflation never went to 54% and stayed there forever. Inflation you calculate in monthly basis. And Ghana end of year inflation away to 50% that. That say end of year to year inflation at 50%. But when you do on a monthly basis, of course at times to more 40 no I could end this about 47% inflation I could do Ghana data. But that is not what we are talking about. Ghana for the mandate ammo they juma 1.5 years in me exama nkoye. That is what you should be talking about. Commitment authorization what the balance one economics and books 18 man be releases on community so on fine juma. That is what we are talking about. In bebun pe juma ye abane promise the youth of this country. In fact, this is the only elections, 2024 elections are most of the youth, what do want GD, what they send this about. Go down to the youth today and ask them, what is their position of the NDC government? Failed. F. Call round. Now, Kobebia, no Bonu road in our oyen. Yes, we praise government for doing Bonu roads. But on free road, no sound foam. No go be some babu in the day. When I sit to them. F. We are here to help. Here now you had there buani achicho man. Obi ampe the doom of Ghana. But on koye ya, yenjin tumde exame bin koye. It was said yet sentence. Nienjay them always going back and MPP na inflation. Now why? Common fund na okwe na Messi Assembly yenya 8 million. Now now to see one time no will keep 70 or 80% there. Now what they hear in Zama Ghana for doing the one koyeno. Isn't that what has informed them? Even Sikano Assembly no kwano would they change or would determine what they should use the money for? Government directs building of hospital.
Prudence man.
Oh, Jabrofoneka. I will at prudence and anti-brofu. Whether you manage it whole at the center or you bring it down and manage it, or today ekita abuan ekita new dream. As abuan me that chose ekita new dream. Na church abuan na echen. But why not? Sika ba assembly ma wodi ejuma. Enti no yabekanden. Oye Kasene ye economic condition of the Ghanaian and businesses. Businesses are feeling the impact. There in Zamano Wako and Zaman the Bumpa won talk. Kogom Kobisa. Bronya ye chem no Kobisa go. Nkrofo and Nzama say go to Abu Blusi, go to Bakola. People bring the goods they cannot sell. What say? Goods no fi ekurase how no fi ekurase ba beside the goods no fi ekurase wotum water or the bana. That is what we are talking about. Ba ma me face your one person dey yetwemo one time na go tomatoes in akrofo eku wo Burkina awo abredo we ku nipa 8
sima eba safa hwe the other issue.
Ma me fanra recent conversation around justice.
Yes.
Charlie Obi NDC for peda 1 year come back to criminal libel regime. Say what's my mobi and China you know. That say abana can no has boss do obechiw. Onya NDC abana kebi maminke bi say is under threat. Consistently eka se bia no anyo obi na assume dawa no chedo se do obechiw. Since when did we descend into that line? Why there Omana yina yeti Akufo-Addo ba obedi president and a president Akufo-Addo president Akufo-Addo tunu for no say no criminal libel no amagana for YouTube kebima min kebi no ankoye ntiye nyi fi ho so obi gu hu fia ebotum akọ court akosu na under what defamation law yi it is obi ke obi no asem no onye ne dewa there's a remedy. Why can the state Asempa judge na asem na so anya judge ne dewa o si there na police be ye prosecute or be ye complainant? Hey, in the police no complainant obi akwa kana asem no wanyo obi de nipa na wo kana wan asem no complain you na police na sat na honom na onenam na office for one ansem na oka no ye ndel eti de bia ma na what pay MPP communicators won kote one language in what na don't they listen to other stations in this country? Don't they hear the kind of things they've said to Akufo? If you want one of the persons we kuni ufi wa Ghana, their president Akufo-Addo is one. Even Dr. Baumia yen flag bearer mpu aba some na NDC na one communicators one company ho. This gentleman in US, another friend, Kevin Taylor. Ghana, he got police protection, government protection by the NDC. Even when he had a case against him, the NDC protected this gentleman, allowed him entry into this country, gave him state property to live in. To live in this country and allowed him to exit. Now, Abronya na wako kasem. I'm not here to say that Abronya or kasem no nya yen so sodo. So kasem no wentwe ya. O said onu na wodro na attention no that say me man kan yenti. Memfa a chopper memfa to obi. Don't we air always? In the show kra meeting na bi kra ma kasem wa nyo bi de. Say a draw my attention na me chopper enyi. But them quarter of silence na NDC pede will reintroduce no. We reject it. They cannot. Nobody can silence this country. Nobody can silence us as MPP. Nobody can silence anybody in this country. You can use the courts. This is a government. What you won't believe in the judiciary, one go to the lowest ebb. To the extent that the sitting president also they will hear cleansing with judiciary because on G even the judiciary indeed. 1 year down the line, the judiciary is not the best arm of government for them. What a standard! They have a mandate to protect this constitution. On one way, yen last lap. One ayede yen GD yen bibi edma. When it said Yereba one hona se GD nimna se suru wuma onkoyi. Justice now what the man another them sentence another incarceration na what am my brother osi there na say obi ba we nim na say na meda kra wo mabila
bail
so what are we talking about? Please Please.
Okay. Honorable Mbernason, Eric.
Yeah, Obi.
Sima.
Oh my goodness.
Mini penny. What can it be? The hour can work. Maybe ni baby.
Eric Okasa will form.
Someone says an immediate. My bus show is.
That's where the can started at that. Into one fire after that.
Engine, no.
Okay.
Obi. Senior Canada na media de mechanic say. She said, "Obazo comparison kre hu hia." Nti no nya fi na me be refer so mo pen say ni say.
Oh, fa ko hama number 1.
Said the ahohini.
Ko ma dum so na mudi jaa
Mon kasa
me. Say ahohini nti ni jabore. What I say? I thought that utimi bubu nsabore ni nyina ni weja ba ko bi. Nti wo ho ye ohina na de ati ana me boa. Nti say o moja ye yaw mu emfia nwotwe. Na ya ba ni etoto ne ma. Na so you think say how I want to hear on the best as compared to now. It's over to you. In the Ghana for now they are the best judges because they are now experiencing a regime and a regime na tribunal. Over on the issue of Honorable Afenyo Markins, minority leader. Yena free speech. So on for so my yena. Let me use this opportunity. Na ye nuanom teacher communicators no. Emebunu na ye nya akwanya no. Toda na ye kan sem no bia then ne are very measured because at the end of the day in some morning to near today. And the bia meka se me meka se me bo President Mahama nti ake kan sem bi na. President Mahama di na konwa wie na okoba. Sorry, okwa o maybe. The future is ours. The American no and the be judgment that it is only opportunity now always also for two things say from where you are seated today no or china wo baby ko into certain utterances and you good for public consumption you don't even go there DSC say achiwe kwa me dey buy amoken on say asemo ba eyemrasem judge ne di decision aba e betimi aba say me ni obiti ye ne judge ne nya adwene but kwanya obefa so ayeden akansem no me kai se one menu apani senior council menhia
yes
oni ni
bafwewa
yes obuza no question bi say judge ne the decision bi aba na se obonyo so a emra no makwan e ma o sign take step ahead na me boa e ko se ye ko ha because this court ne kan ne onya adwene but and say be say publicly no let's come out attack the judge. And I'll share issue now happen yeah they Kwame Ako for 2 weeks so say na it's about this attacks yeah Kwame is a brother. I don't wish him to be in that position now we see that is my personal position but I best share omo leadership no omo will be betimi aye de aboana. I think say they should go in chambers and sit and reason together. Not the omo betimi aye de aboana am number out they do it but person like Afenyo Markins, minority leader. He's a senior lawyer, Anamebwa.
Yeah, very senior lawyer.
We say law profession, a professional. And a noble profession.
The noble profession.
Yes. And Osei Ibua Edema home, and Intina is here 1 year from Leonard. Will be your senior Uhuna. Oh, Kasana senior no crama or crown you're comfortable. All these things. And the respect for the bench.
Sure.
A lawyer cannot be a successful lawyer only respect for the bench. The Afenyo Markins a year, you know, a very disrespectful in my bench, you know. A leader leading a minority group in parliament and in this country and being a senior member of the bar for years. Ne kasa no sebe o kasa sebe just will be your own coach wan kasa yi
so tobo na true wrong
sebe
ni the enchire
you see offer li 2423 no krana even rule 7 e kasa fa courtesy meboa
sure
so as a senior lawyer on your courteous enough say if or something against the bench look at the pronouncement. Sa judges Korea na offer Rubusha no ko gino monim so ko defend you.
Almost momo ye west.
Yeah, we cannot saying.
Mo free Supreme Court o me unanimous.
In the history of Ghana, Afenyo Markins the court no panya judgment area. Okay. EBS da. Such character. na uni kroma.
Okay.
Me say in the history of our country, Afenyo Markins, ono ne quarter no pa, e wi atrofo nya judgment.
What judgment? Onya
de no peno. Yes.
Omo empanel.
Eno na American, eno na no pen that day, wenya. And such person is talking against what? Oh, there be a casim, ya can folk, yes, oh, we are phone, sir. Now, show dear, Obi, or phone, son, or for ya, about Nini Pansan, say. Into one way, that crowberry of one side, when you go down warrior, sir, it be near Fenyo Markins. And by then, no two praises. Among the judges. When someone a kafa judges and all that time. Okay, the Okran is senior because Supreme Court of Crown almost city on Friday. But Fenyo Markins and quite to make issues almost city on Friday. And such character today is saying what? Made the Manusi for
Eric J.
Obi Mamen from Landi by Force London. No,
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Say Obi. Ebetimi akasa to the bench ne for enya afenyo but to the bench your politicians ne ye ne mu differences ne de bia beba and the ama attacks ekọ almost then no that was when President Akufo-Addo started appointing constituency executive to the bench.
That's the same mo de munye bi
boy executive kroni di mama.
Okay,
so they should stop that. Okay, me that's it.
Eric J. me nso me das nyame show nyame adomo ye be san so ato aso bio ye de asempa yeti adwumadie no na ye de
the way amoye mo time ne de mo nya yi kakra
time be na obedu ha
me ba na me te ka mu
na wo ye den wo ka nim
na me home
but ye de asempa yeti aye trauma so me need your say Bonsu. Have a fantastic evening. What's my better